Good morning there, you sexy old man. How you doing there, Holler? The Bull of the Woods. Good morning, TJ. Great to see you, man. Nice shorts, by the way. Love those album covers. Keep them coming. Ryan, good morning, man. Car wash guy, good to see you, brother. Good morning, Jim. Damn good to see you, sir. Crag Rat. It's nice. I didn't go live yesterday. Usually I would have, but I didn't go yesterday. But it's kind of nice. Good morning there, Susie. Like I said, it was kind of nice that when you don't go live and you're supposed to, people, next thing you know, people start texting you going, hey, like, where are you? It's like, all right. It's good because, you know, obviously people care about you. You're not going live today? No, I got to take the day off. As you can see by the title, man, we got no sun again today. We had some sun yesterday. If I'd have gone live yesterday, we'd have had sun yesterday, but nothing today. I'd like to complain about it, but I'm not going to, only because I said before, we really, really, really need the water. We need the rain because we're coming into wildfire season out in Alberta here. So right now, I won't complain about the rain. Sitting at the house, cleaning the truck, and playing pocket pool. 8-ball corner pocket, baby. There you go. Going on, Quinn? Eatontown, New Jersey. Good to see you, brother. I had a meeting with the in-laws yesterday. I'm still alive. Was this the first official? Like, you know, where you your first time where you meet the parents, you meet the mother, you meet the father, da 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 da. You're nervous as hell. Your ass is puckered up like a frog's butt. If the condom don't fit, you musty quit. Okay, if you say so. I became a grandpa yesterday. Oh man, Holler! Congratulations, man. Congratulations, sir, on becoming a grandfather. That is great news, brother. Enjoy your grandchildren, man. Enjoy it. In our line of work, it's hard to enjoy it because we're away so much. But man, every minute you get to spend with those grandkids or that grandchild, you do it. I don't think it hit 11 degrees here yesterday. 11's not bad. At least you're not shoveling it. Good morning, Jake. How are you, man? Good to see you. Camille, there's our boy. Good to see you, Camille. Uncle and aunt and family. Ooh, that's rough. Carlos, God bless. Hope you're having a beautiful morning. Well, so far, we watched the sun, and there's not going to be a sunrise this morning. We actually got fog. We got everything going on here this morning. But I'm like I said, quite content with it because we need the rain. We need the rain. It's going to be wildfire season here any minute now. So if we can get the ground as wet as possible. Fast Eddie, top of the morning, y'all. How you doing, brother? Damn good to see you, man. I'm sitting here picking fucking maple syrup out of my beard. I made French toast this morning, and I just had a couple pieces of it, and I sat with my face over the plate so this wouldn't happen, and I don't know how, but somehow or another, there's maple syrup dripped into my fucking beard, and it drives me nuts. Exactly, Bull. spoil that kid, man. Spoil the shit out of them. Do what my parents did. They take my kids for like an overnight or something, jack them up full of sugar, and then sent them home. It was funny for them when they were doing it. It wasn't so funny for us when we got our kids back. But now that I'm a grandfather, I can't wait to take my granddaughter and jack her up full of sugar and send her back to her mom and dad. Any day above ground is a good one. Always remember that, brother. Oh, you don't have to tell me that. You don't have to tell me that, man. Any day you wake up on this side of the grass is a good day. Remember that, Carlos. Well said. You know, live every day as if it's the rest of live every day as it's the last, as if it's your last, because one day you're going to be right. I will definitely be doing that. Don't care how mad my daughter. That's the same thing, right? Like I used to get furious with my mom, right? Because the kids wouldn't be in the door 9 minutes and they'd be going, "Nana, can we have?" And of course, Nana's going, "Oh, absolutely." And by the time I pick those kids up, their eyes are bulging out of their head. You know, they're wound up like little springs. It's worth it, though. It's worth it. Good morning, wheel burners. 1 degree Celsius there. Yeah, I got 3 here, Greg. I got 3 degrees here. It is, it's a wee bit chilly, but at least there's no wind. Well, there's a slight breeze, but I don't know what you consider a wind, but there's a slight breeze, but it's livable. Like I'm wearing sweats today, right? I just got a hoodie and a pair of sweats on. LeBron, good to see you, man. How the hell are you? Thanks for popping in here. 72 here this morning. Too stupid to convert to Celsius. That's probably closer to probably about 10 degrees, 10 or 11 degrees. No, more than that. Well, more than that. 72. No, you're close. You're probably up into the high teens, maybe low 20s. We splurged and got some tavern-style pizza last night for dinner. A fraudulent DoorDash person stole our order. Thankfully, we got it early and got the order canceled before payment processed. It's funny how that's happening more and more, eh? Now I've got the Ring doorbell, and when we order pizza, and we order anything from like DoorDash or Uber Eats or anything like that, we track it on the app, right? So we know exactly right where they are and when they're at our door, because sometimes they don't ring the bell, right? They just drop it at your door, do whatever, and then they bugger off. So we track it on the app, and as soon as you walk up to the front door of my house, I get an alert on my phone. And it shows me on my phone that there's somebody at my door, right? On my phone, I can see it live. So I've not had that happen yet, but if it does, I'll be able to prove it. Fazzola says, good morning. Everything white. Jay Shri Ram. Okay, man. Thank you. Hey, let's hunt. Yeah, if you've got the weapon and you've got the ability, come on out here and do it. We're out in Alberta. You can hunt just about anything out here. Why are you not move? Why am I not move? Why am I not moving? Well, Hasma, because we just sit here usually and watch the sun come up. And we chit chat. And where the camera is pointed right now, that's where the sun would be coming up. But we are overcast and foggy this morning, so. Song says, hi, 35 degrees Fahrenheit. So yeah, you're about the same as me, Bull. We're about 3 degrees right now, Celsius. So you're about the same as what I got. It's comfortable. It's a nice morning, actually. I don't mind in the morning if it's 3, 4, 5 degrees, or say 35, 36, 37 degrees. I don't mind a good brisk morning. A little cold because I'm dressed for it. Usually take the dog for a walk. You know, it gets your eyes open, gets your blood moving. You need to move farther north. Well, hey, if you're feeling really funky about that, you're welcome to come here. Welcome to come here. Alberta's a beautiful province. I don't know where you live, Holler. I know that you're all over the goddamn place. I don't know what state you live in, but um, if you want to come to Canada, I'll adopt you. I'll adopt you. I've got 6 kids. One more at the dinner table. One will not make a hill of beans difference. Songs, can you help me? Well, that all depends on what kind of help you need. Good morning to America's 51st state. There's the first one. We're going to get about 300 of those today. But no, Battleborn 12, that is definitely not going to happen. Chilly mornings are so much nicer with no or low humidity. Well, that's what my girl and I were saying this morning when I was driving her into work. You know, it's nice. But even today, Alberta has no humidity, very little or nothing for humidity. But the last day, today and yesterday, we've had some humidity here. Not overbearing, not like you guys get in the south. Like that's freaking crazy, that kind of humidity. But or even what we would get in Ontario. But there's a little bit of humidity in the air today. It's not bad though. I can live with it. You're in Georgia, okay? So yeah, come on up north, buddy. Come on up north. Is there fried chicken at that dinner table? There can be. I make fantastic fried chicken. And I don't mean the shake and bake bullshit stuff, you know, you drop in the oven. I mean, you want really good fried chicken? You come on up to my place, man. I'll make you some fried chicken. You'll never leave the dinner table, dude. Your boy says hi. Well, how you doing, man? Mitro? Love from Pakistan? Well, back at you, brother. Back at you. Thanks for popping in from Pakistan, man. Frederick, love from SSD. SSD. What, Southern South Dakota? SSD. That's a new one. Frederick, hit me up with what SSD is. Educate me, please. I'm in South Florida sweating. Oh, Mike. Florida is one of those places, man, that you hear about, and we used to go as kids. And I've been to Florida 100,000 fucking times, but I don't know what it has been the last 10 years. I can't handle the goddamn humidity, man. You know, Mike, you come out of your house. I got friends down there, and I've been down there for the 500 and for Bike Week. And you come walking out of the restaurant, you come walking out of your hotel, or and if it's a 20-yard walk from the front door to your car, and if in the span of 20 yards, I can walk from the door to my car and my nuts are already soppy, that's too much. And that's Florida. When I think of Florida, I think of swampy nuts. Alil, good morning. Where exactly are you in Canada? Man, I'm in Alberta. I'm in the second last province out west. The next province is BC, and then we got the Pacific Ocean. And I'm in southeastern, or actually southeastern Alberta. What spices do you use? What spices? Well, this morning I used on the French toast. We did a little bit of garlic, a little bit of pepper, a little bit of black truffle salt. I don't know if you guys have ever used that. It's really, really good. It's almost swamp ass season here. Well, it's almost swamp. It's coming into swamp ass season everywhere. Georgia's gonna get it. Humidity in fucking Georgia is off the hook too. It's off the hook too. 82 and 87 degrees humidity here. Yeah, see, that's good. Well, Ryan, down in Texas, you guys pretty much have the same thing. I don't think you guys get hammered with until you get down into the southern Texas down by the coast. Then you get the humidity off the Gulf of Mexico there. You're from the Philippines, brother. Glad you're here. Welcome in from the Philippines. Got to use ground ginger and celery salt on French toast. Ooh, no. A little cinnamon. Also, I used a little cinnamon in there, but no, we're not using ground ginger and celery salt in French toast. Oh, I think you're probably talking about the fried chicken. Fried chicken is obviously you've got a flour mixture, salt, pepper, a little bit of cayenne, a little bit of paprika. I've got a blend of like a Mexican, like a Tex-Mex blend of spices. Some of that goes in there. And then we throw a little bit of heat in, just a little bit of heat, a little bit of red chili, hot red chili. Throw that in. I don't want to burn my own mouth off when I'm eating it. So, but I do like a little bit of spice. So, and then from there into the deep fryer, man. Into the deep fryer. Oh, fucking good. Excuse me. And when I do fried chicken, I prefer to do like breasts, and I don't do the wings and all that shit. That's a waste of. But I do like the breast and the thighs. I'm a breast and thigh man. Just ask her; she'll tell you. And I like the same with my chicken. When I'm eating fried chicken, man, I want the breast and the thighs. Phoenix, Arizona. There's some good dry heat. You guys are probably hot, Silva. Mike, I'm a mess. Yeah, I bet you are. That's just living in Florida. Well, you've got the option though, dude. You can leave, You don't have to live there. I'm from Coober Pedy in the desert of Australia, an opal mining town, underground houses. That wouldn't be bad, eh, John? Living underground. You'd have continuous temperature control all season long. I actually have a friend, him and his wife, years ago bought a piece of land up in Marmora, or just north of Marmora, Ontario, and they did that. They built their house into the hill. So they had about like 25 to 30 feet of earth above their house. They never need air conditioning and they never need heat, right? They have constant all year temperature. It's moderate. It's beautiful, and the whole house is fantastic. And then of course on the back side there's a back entrance out onto the property as well. But you could literally drive, if you didn't know what you were looking for, you could literally drive right past it. But it's really cool. Friday Night Fishing Club. There's a good name. There's a good name. Ron Lother says, hi, Battle Torn. He's in America. No, buddy, I'm not in America. I'm in Canada. We call it swamp ass. Well, if your nuts are sweating first, so it's swamp nuts. I'm in Tampa. Balls completely on swamp time 24/7. Yeah. Dude, you go to bed and wake up with swampy nuts. There's no end, eh? It just doesn't go away. Can't stand the humidity, can't breathe. You know what, Bull? And that's me. And for me, it's been as I've gotten older, right? When I was younger, I could handle the humidity, especially doing flatbed work where you're out in it. You get to some places and it takes you over an hour, or a couple of hours to get your load on and secured and everything like that. And you're out there just absolutely dying. You've got your gallon jug of water sitting on the end of the trailer, and you drink that in 2 hours because you're sweating so bad. But the humidity, you get back into your truck and the AC's on, your body almost goes into shock. Gulf of America. Well, you guys can try that. I don't know how well that's going to work. We are all from God's flat earth. Well, again, I don't know how much of that I'm going to buy. We were talking fried chicken. Yeah, I kind of clued in afterwards. Sorry. I only love fried chicken on but homemade only. Store or fast food chains ruin it. I don't know, man. Like this is really gross. But like once or twice a year, I will go and get KFC. Buy a bucket of KFC and gorge myself on it. I don't know what it is about KFC, to tell you the truth. I really don't know. It's not great, but there's just something about it. A couple times a year I'll go and otherwise, no, bro, I'm the same way, TJ. It's got to come out of the house. French toast with ginger and celery salt. Oh, I don't know, man. KP, good to see you. Good to see you. French toast, thou once a gentle treat, now swaggering forth and pungent feet. Garlic done dance upon thy face, truffle salt hath turned thee from thy grace. Dude, I hope you do that for a living, KP. You over the last couple of days, you've really laid out some pretty fucking good ones, man. Legal, what's that? 600 plant life. Legalized dreamfish, Colorado River, toad, cane, toad, what? Well, sorry, man. Vines, cannabis. There's some words in there that I don't know, so I'm not even going to try to pronounce them. A friend of mine, his dad would give gunpowder to his horses for a kickstart in the morning. Well, you know, there's a couple of times, Greg, every once in a while, I'm a little slow getting going, but I'm not putting fucking gunpowder in my coffee, and I ain't snorting it. Although, you know, at some point in my life, I might have snorted it. I just didn't know I was doing it. I do thighs and drumsticks if I make fried chicken. Dark meat and fried chicken cooks, and they taste better from the cast iron. Yeah, cast iron's good. But you know what? If I'm going balls in for fried chicken, dude, I'm doing it in oil. I'm drowning it and doing it nice in the oil. Wakey wakey, eggs and bakey. Damn it, Bobby. That's pretty good. Pledge allegiance to the United States. Hey, knock yourself out, man. If you're an American and you're still saying the Pledge of Allegiance, say it loud and proud. Let them know. Flat Earth, yeah, kind of funny on that one, eh? KFC is good sometimes. I don't prefer, but it's okay. Well, it's one of those things. Like I said, I'll get a, I don't know, bowl. I just get a itch for it, right? I'll be driving, I'll see it, and I gotta have it right in the moment. It's one of those in the moment things. I don't plan on going to KFC. It'll be one of those. Oh, I could go for some really gross, greasy chicken right now, and that's where I go. Happy Monday, TLC. Good to see you, North Bay, Ontario, dude. Here again, TLC. Hope you're enjoying your day off. Hopefully you're getting your day off today. Up here it's a long weekend for us up here in Canada. What is it, Victoria Day? Yeah, it's Victoria Day. It's the May. We call it it used to be the May 2-4 weekend. Now it's just the May long weekend. So we are nobody's working today except my girl. She's working today. So TLC, hopefully you're at home sitting on your couch with a cup of coffee and a smoke, or if you're in North Bay, you're at 9 o'clock, and it's 9 o'clock's good. You could crack a beer, smoke a joint, get yourself good and mellow for the day. Nothing really goes on. Nothing really goes on too big today. So today's just a wake and bake day. Hey, Mark, are you talking to somebody else? Thanks for the loner blow-up doll. I just finished off. There you go. There you go. Well, if the best you can do is with a blow-up doll, man, I'd say keep on trying. You have the seed planet. I want to leave Ontario. Dude, I don't know how old you are. TLC, I don't know how old you are, but do it while you're younger. I'm 55 and I've just done it recently. But I've spent a lot of time out here. So it's not like it's a culture shock for me. But if you're, 20s, 30s, early 40s, and you get the chance and you can do it, I would suggest that was the time to do it. So no Popeyes up there. No, we got Popeyes up here. We don't have Chester's. But we got the two for fried chicken, I guess, would be three. There's three. We got Mary Brown's, which I don't know if you guys got in the States. I don't think I've really seen one. We got Mary Brown's, KFC, and Popeyes up here for fast food chicken if you want. You like the KFC chicken breasts? Well, I just like breasts. Good morning, 2-4. I was going through my phone yesterday, sitting on the couch, and me and my girl were I was just going through photos, like all my photo albums and shit on my phone, and I found a bunch of pictures of you. that you had sent me some of your Vegas pictures and some of your and she looked at you because I think there was a picture. You sent me a picture of you wearing my shirt, right? The channel shirt. So then I took a picture of myself because I was wearing the same shirt and I sent it back to you. And so I was scanning through the pictures and she looked down and she went, wait, wait, wait. And so I went back. She goes, she thought you were me, right? With the beard and everything. So she had to do it. I said, no, that's that's too far. And then I flipped the next picture. It was a picture of me that I sent back to you. And she's like, holy fuck. Like the two of us, right, with the beards and everything, if you don't look close enough, you'd swear to God we were the same person, or at least we were related. Which one did Mark lend you? I'm currently using the colored one. RH, that's actually kind of good. I'll let that one go. I'll actually read that one today. Shout out to my neighbor, Eaton Beaver. There you go. There you go. That one's pretty good. Mine has the looser sphincter, man. I saw a Gordon Ramsay video a while ago. He showed they make Coke with sulfuric acid and Portland cement. Scary shit. Dude, I don't want any part of any of that. I don't need to know how to make any of that. Good morning, J. Ray. Good to see you. Brady Memes, good to see you. How the hell you doing there, J. Ray? Good. Thanks for coming back. Okay, there's the second one. We got Mr. Hunt in the house. How's my 51st date doing? I don't know, man. Isn't that getting a little old? TLC, do you have his rusty trombone? I wanted to borrow as well. But he said it was already loaned out. Yeah, I got to keep track of the shit I lend out like that. I want to make sure I get it back. And make sure you wash it before it comes back, eh? If you come back down to Dallas proper, you have to try Henderson chicken. Best chicken you will ever buy. Old Southern Black Folk chicken. Can get 4-piece fries, 5-piece breaded pickled veg, and have 3 jalapenos for $10. I'd take a chance on that. Car wash, I would definitely take a chance on that. That sounds really good to me. I've never heard of it, Henderson's. Never heard of it, but I would definitely try it. Fuck, I don't know what it is, man. Okay. I don't know how you guys feel about your condiments, okay? But we have discovered, first of all, dill pickle ketchup. Heinz has a dill pickle ketchup. Holy crap. I don't know if you've ever tried it. I really don't know. But if you haven't, go get it. It is so worth it. Grilled cheese sandwich and put it on and dip your fries in it. Oh my God, dill pickle ketchup. I thought it was gross until my girl had it and she's like, here, you got to try this. And I'm like, no. And then I did. And now I pretty much drink it from the bottle. And then we went grocery shopping yesterday. Was it yesterday? We grocery shopped. And they've got spicy dill pickle mayo. So the first thing, we didn't even have the groceries unpacked. We pulled that one out of the bag, ripped the top off it. Holy shit. So I'll be putting that on everything. Brothers from different mothers. Yeah, we could easily pass 2-4, no problem. Popeyes, KFC, Williams, and Churches are the big chains here. Churches, never heard of Churches. Do you know how to cook crack? Currently not at the moment, no. I was playing golf last week and got hit in the testicle. Now I only got one left. Dude, what are you doing standing in front of a golf ball? I've sliced one out and hit a tree and had it come back at me, but it missed me. But I had to move. God damn, we found this coffee blend. Usually I go to Tim's and get coffee, but I'm on this kick. We've got this coffee at home now. So now I'm making my own coffee. Holy Christ, this stuff is good. I know we were talking about this the other day, but damn, this is good coffee. A trucker bold from Alberta's land did drive with toast and garlic hand through BC hills. He roared with glee, then sniffed the Pacific Sea and yelled, "By thee!" Oh my God, man! You got to start making T-shirts, KP. Name a car for an edit. This one's easy, baby. A '63 split-window Corvette. How's Governor Trudeau doing? Well, obviously you're not paying attention, RH. Governor Trudeau is, he's gone. He is gone. He got voted out. Or he didn't get voted out. Sorry, technically he stepped down. So our if you want to talk about it in that sense, the 51st state's governor is now Mark Carney. So Governor Carney. And if ever there was going to be a twinkle-toed fucking twat waffle to hand over our country to the United States, it's going to be Carney. I promise you. I promise you. If you want to know what Alberta is doing right now, what the province of Alberta is doing, Google our premier. Her name is Danielle Smith. And she's putting things in place to prevent the federal government from doing certain things in Alberta. It's not like, don't get me wrong, it's not like we're separating or becoming a sovereign province, but she's putting things in place to keep all of Alberta in Alberta, because most of the natural resources that come out of Alberta get shared or get spread across the rest of Canada, and it supports Canada. And right now she's wanting to keep a lot more of that in Alberta. Henderson is only in Dallas, 10 locations. I'll get down there. The new company I'm with occasionally runs down to Texas. If I get down there, then I'll be eating it. Jack McKenzie, U.S. Where's the A? Where's the A? I'm Canadian, Jack, so I got to put an A on everything, right? So it's USA. USA, eh? USA. Welcome to the United States. Twat waffle, that sounds like a great meal. Well, just remember, J. Ray, you are what you eat, buddy. Right? If somebody calls you a pussy, wear it loud and proud. Somebody says to me, "You're such a pussy." It's like, yeah, well, you are what you eat, and you're a dick. Jack McKenzie, United States is better? I don't know. You don't want to walk down that road, do you? Really, Jack? The United States is a great country. I love the United States, the U.S. I've spent years and years and years of my life in the U.S. I think from a population standpoint, like people standpoint, the people are very much the same, right? There's a lot of really, really good people in the United States, just the same as there is in Canada. It's not a matter of, is the U.S. a better place or are there better people than in Canada? The people themselves are very much alike, very much the same. It's the politics. Really, Jack, it's the politics, man. I thought about moving to Alberta, man. Give it a think hard. Do it. I must use Fremunda. Yeah, I do, Bull. Fremunda, lots of it to produce that twat waffles. I do. It's the secret ingredient, buddy. You know it, and I know it. Do you support the LGTV Brother, I support anybody. I don't give a damn what your title is or where you are or what letters you have after your fucking I don't give a damn about your color, your creed, your religion, your country, whatever country you're from. I don't care. I don't care. You know what, man? You are welcome to do and say and be whatever you want to be. I don't give a shit what you want to identify as. I don't care. You know what? As long as you're not hurting me or anybody else, you go and identify and be whatever you want to be and be proud of it. Yeah, the short with Barbara Mendel have the most views so far. Well, I texted. I think I texted you right after that one, right? I had to sit there and watch it 4 fucking times. Just took me right back. Just took me right back down memory lane, bull. Sitting at my grandpa's place, man. Not as many mass shootings here in Canada. Well, Greg, yes and no. We do have gun violence in Canada, but you got to remember when you take the population difference between the United States and you take and Canada. I'm not saying this is the reason. This is just part of the reason, right? When you got 345, 350 million people in the U.S. and you got 47 million people in Canada, there are going to be more gun-related violence things happen in the U.S. than there is in Canada. And that's just, that's just on number stats, right? Do we have mass shootings like they do down there? Probably not. I can't remember the last time Canada had a pure, like a true, like when you think of like a mass shooting, some gunman walking into a club and just opening fire. I can't remember the last time we had that, Greg. But we do have, we've got gun violence in all the major cities. Toronto, Montreal, Quebec, Vancouver, Victoria, Calgary, Edmonton, even Regina, Winnipeg. Winnipeg's got gun violence. It's just that you don't hear about it as much because it doesn't happen as much, and B, there's not as many people, right? It does, and I'll be honest with you. And what's really sad is we as a society are starting to become numb to it. You hear about them, you're reading the paper, not reading, who reads a fucking newspaper these days, but you're watching the news or you're reading something online about something like that, and it doesn't grab the headlines and get the attention that it should or it used to, because we as a society are starting to become numb to it. You're just like, oh yeah, scroll on. A cool guy. It's all about love. I agree, man. I agree. So when I'm in Canada and my car breaks down, do I call AAA or will I just get a bunch of drunks? No, you can call AAA. We got it up here as well. I'm back just on the phone about motorbikes. 22 here, 22 Celsius. You're toasty. Or a bunch of guys named Fonzie. Well, would you be really upset if a bunch of guys named Fonzie came out to fix your car? Well, you know what, Bull? I'll be honest with you. I should be up and running shortly. And the regions I'm going to be I'm going to be running the U.S. Northwest, part of the South, but usually is primarily the U.S. Northwest and all of the western provinces, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and British Columbia in Canada. So. I know where you're at, so there's a good chance I'll be rolling somewhere by you or around you, or and if I am, I'll definitely be reaching out to you. That to hook up and go for some dinner or do some lunch or just go hang out, whatever, for some hours. It would well be worth it for me to make that part of a day. I would. I'd pull. To go hang out with you for a day or so, Bull, I'd definitely stop the truck and park it for a day and just to hang out. I'd like to go sit on your back porch. I've seen some of the pictures you've sent me, and sit out in the back porch and you can sip your whiskey and I'll just drink the Dr. Pepper. But is it A or AAA? A. I think in Canada, I think up here we got AAA. Or we got, no, hold on, we don't have AAA. We got CAA. CAA. That's what we got, CAA. Which is the same thing. It's the same as like, what is AA? AAA is American Automobile Association, or whatever the fuck it is, right? CAA is Canadian Automobile Association. So it's the same thing, it's just Canada, that's all. Raj, good to see you. Wheelburner Express, have you tested yourself at hospital for naming your channel as such? Trust me, dude. There's not a test in any hospital that has not been run on me. Roadrunners dogging. What? Dogging? Dogging? I think you're dodging in dating season. Is that what it is? Will you be hauling any loads out east? As far as I know, they don't go any farther west, or sorry, any farther east than into Iowa. I think they'll go to Iowa as far as they go east, and then but everything else is like Iowa, Nebraska, all the way west, all the way out to the coast, and then they go as far south as down into Texas. So that's pretty much the area. And I'll be honest with you, 2-4. I'm really looking forward to that because the majority of my career, especially living in Ontario, um, the majority of my career, I've been running a lot of East Coast, New Jersey, New York, Virginia. I run all of those. Now we do, we do get out to Iowa, fucking Nebraska, Texas, and everything like that. But primarily, it's everything from the Ohio Valley east, right? Everything from the Ohio Valley east is primarily where I've run most of my career. So I'm actually looking forward to this, getting out and running. The only thing I'm not looking forward to is, out west here, we got mountains. In the east, yeah, you got mountains and you got hills and everything like that. But out west here, like we got to go across the Canadian Rockies to get from Alberta into British Columbia. I'm going to probably be running some Colorado, a lot, anywhere there's a mountain range out in the Northwest here, and there's a few of them. I'm going to be fucking running them. So that I'm not so shit hot crazy about, primarily because I pay for my own fuel as an owner operator, and it's a little hard on fuel. So, luckily for me, the company that I'm going on with has a very good fuel surcharge program. It was one of the, it's actually one of the staples that I look for when I move my truck. I don't move my truck very often, but when I do my research. And if you're going to work as an owner operator at a new company, and the first thing out of your mouth is, well, how much am I making? That's the wrong question, right? It's the wrong question. You should be asking, what is your fuel surcharge program? It should be the first question out of your mouth. Do you have benefits? What kind of benefits? Do you cover the out of country? Because as a Canadian, I have to carry extra insurance. I have to cover my out of country insurance, and then is any of it negotiable? And then you can do that, because I'll be honest with you, I will work if your company has a really good fuel surcharge program. I will take a few cents less a mile on a real good surcharge than a higher rate. I'm going to make my money, right? I'm going to make my money, but I'm willing to take less on the mile if I'm getting more, for example, with benefits and insurance and fuel, right? My fuel, you got to think about it, right? With the exception of your truck payment, your fuel is the most expensive expense that you have. My fuel on a yearly basis can run, depending on how hard I run. My fuel can run me anywhere from 45 to 55,000 bucks a year. Now that's Canadian, right? And as well, if I buy Canadian fuel, I pay much more than you guys do in the U.S. But when you think about 45 to 55,000, even upwards of 60,000 in a year, depending on how hard you run that year, that's a lot of fucking money, man. That's a lot of money. So you've got your fuel, and then you've got your truck payment, which are your two biggest expenses, and of course your salary, right? My salary is built into my company. I don't pay myself separately. My company I'm an employee of my company, so I get a paycheck every 2 weeks from my company. Hey, nice place. It's not bad right now. It's a little overcast. Dodging and dating. I don't do any of that. Good morning, Stephanie. Good to see you, honey. We do not have a chicken hawk report yet. At this point now, Stephanie, you should know before we do. What's going on here? How about you dip in and give us the chicken hawk report? Every time he gets here before you, I tell him the same thing. First thing out of his mouth is, "Where's Stephanie?" I was like, "What are you asking me for, asshole? You should know before I do. You guys are in love." Check 6. Good handle, man. Nice name. Checker 6. Good name. Like that. You should patent that one, bud. That was pretty good. We have the same weather in Illinois, 50 degrees. Yeah, well, 50 degrees, I'm assuming that's Fahrenheit. Right now I'm at 4 degrees Celsius, so I'm probably about 35 or 36 degrees Fahrenheit right now. And it's not bad. It's not bad because there's no wind. There's a light breeze, but there's nothing really blowing too hard. Stephanie, I figured by now that you'd had the white dress picked out and the fucking bridesmaids planned. And what are you guys doing, man? What are you guys doing? Scrooge McGoose? Love you guys' names. You guys are fucking killing it. Over the last week, some of the names you guys have come in with are absolutely off the hook excellent, man. Some of them are a little hard to say, but god damn it, man. You guys are doing really well with the names. Scrooge McGoose, love that one. Don't spoil your kids. That's bad advice. I don't spoil my children. All my kids, I've got 6 daughters, and all of them are grown up now. And, well, you know what? Do I spoil them? No. I didn't spoil them as they grew up. Every once in a while now, you like to spoil them. But if you spoil them as they're growing up all their lives, you're gonna have little tyrants by the time they're adults. Let me tell you that. We've got friends all over the place that have, spoiled their kids rotten, and by the time that kid, by the time he's 30 and just leaving home, you get that? By the time he or she is 30 and just leaving home, they're entitled, spoiled little bastards. That's what spoiling your kids gets you. We went on the beachfront yesterday. It was 30 degrees Celsius. Yeah, I think I told you yesterday what you could do with that, eh? I sheet my drawers. Long time, man. I see you everywhere, but good to see you in here. Thanks for popping in, man. Again, love the fucking name. Love the name. Do you think it's wrong for my baby mama not to have me on the birth certificate for our 3-year-old daughter? Dude, that's a tough call, man. That's something that's got to be worked out between the two of you. Luckily for me, on all of my kids, I am on the birth certificate, right? I'm on the record as being the father. I don't know. Do I think it's wrong? Yes. That's the question you asked me. Do I think it's wrong that your girl doesn't put you on the birth? Yes, that's wrong. At the end of the day, that's just a dick move for her to hurt you. That's all that is. You fart in your hand and sniff it? Not this morning. I haven't done that. No. Elusive Chub, if I'm going to do something like that, I like to drop one in an elevator, right? Get on the ground floor, like 10 or 15 people get on the elevator, and then you wait to see how many people hit the buttons and how high up that elevator is going. You get about the 2nd or 3rd floor and you drop a nice one in there. Oh, let me tell you. I have giggled myself up 15 flights in an elevator, giggled myself fucking stupid, listening to everybody choke and gag on a good barn burner, man. That's really good weather here. No, not really, man. It's overcast and a little chilly. But like I said, I'm not complaining about it. We need the rain here because the wildfire season's about to start. So half my province will be on fire in about 3 weeks. How do you make sure your kids have a sense of truth so they won't argue in a relationship even when they're wrong? Listen to them. Listen to them. As a parent, be a good listener. What your kids are telling you verbally may not necessarily be what your kids are telling you. Listen to what your fucking children are telling you. And respect. If you respect your kids, and I learned this is a lesson again. I learned, the hard way, because with my oldest 2 kids, I was of the the mindset that I'm the father, I know better, do as I say, not as I do. And that's the wrong way to raise a child. It is. Yes, you have to instill a level of discipline in them. Yes, absolutely. I am all for that. But do I believe in my way is the only way and it's the right way all the time? No, absolutely not. I don't argue with my kids. I will discuss with my kids. I'll even debate with my kids, but I will not argue with them. Okay? And I found that if I take the time and really listen to what they're saying, even if I don't agree with it, I can either find a sense of truth in it or I can find something in there in a message that they're actually trying to relay. So be a good listener, be open minded. Your opinion is not the only one that counts, especially as your kids get older. As my kids got older, I realized that, by the time some of my kids got into their fucking 20s, they were smarter than I was. They're fucking, all my kids are college and university educated, and my kids were smarter than me, so I don't have all the answers. All I am as a father at this point is I'm not here to raise them anymore. My oldest is 33, my youngest just turned 23. And so it's not my job now to raise them. That part of my job is over. My job now is to listen and to maybe advise them if they ask for it. Or if I see them going right the fuck off the rails, then I'll interject. But that's my job now as a parent. It's not to raise my kids or to tell my kids you're wrong. It's you know what? You kids now go make your own mistakes. Go live your lives, make your mistakes. You're gonna take your hits and you're gonna get knocked down. You know what? Dad'll be here to help you pick yourself up. That's my job. Spoiling your kids too much has them with their hand out in life. Oh, I tell you. What's going on there? Hey, Patel, how the hell are you, man? Good to see you. Only spoil them when they get good grades so they work hard knowing they will get a reward. Well, that's like your animal, like taking your animal and having an animal that's food driven or treat driven, right? They're only going to do what they got to do to get the treat. And then after the treat, they don't do it anymore. So, no, I don't necessarily agree. I see the point in what you're saying. And in theory, it'll work. But in the long term, it doesn't work, Scrooge. It doesn't work. Eventually you're gonna run out of shit to give them to spoil them, right? As they get older, so if they get an A, let's say they're in primary school and they do really well in primary school, so what's the reward for that? They get a new bike, they get a new skateboard, they get fucking whatever. Then if they get into middle school, then what are you doing? You're buying them this and that. In high school, you're buying them a car. And then by the time they get to be young adults, and you're not giving them the reward anymore because they have to live by themselves. So what are they going to do? Who's there to give them that reward? Who's there to do that? Nobody. And if there's nobody, if you've raised them as reward driven, that they're only going to get good grades if they get a reward, well, then that doesn't work, right? It backfires on you. Next thing you know, they're finished high school, maybe go into college or university. And after that, if there's no reward and they know there's no reward coming, I'm telling you, they nosedive. Happy Victoria Day, by the way. There you go. It's just another day, Greg. Just another day for the. It's just another day for me to get my mouth working. Spare the rod, spoil the child, as they say. Peter, I can't agree, man. Drop a fart in church and say say more tea, Vicar. If you catch me in a church, all I'm gonna say is good luck with that. Good luck with that. You will not find me in a church ever, man. Can you believe it's 43 degrees hot here in New Delhi, India? Marson, I'd believe that. Christ, man, you can go. I don't know what is the temperature in Arizona, but they're easily into the 40s multiple times down in the U.S. Now, would I want to live in that all year round, or would I want to live in that for like 2 or 3 months of the season? Hell no. 43 degrees? Absolutely not. Happy Victoria Day, everyone. God bless Canada and God save the King. Maybe you should rewrite that to God help the King. I'm a head out and go get a haircut. Scrooge, get her done, son. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. I master debate with my kids. That's not even funny. Yes, agreed. Listening to them is important. So no just one way highway. No, and agreed. I learned it the hard way, Stephanie. I did. I was a bit of a tough bit of not a not, I'm not gonna say a tough tyrant, but you know, I was raised that way. A stiff backhand, a kick in the ass, physical, you know, discipline. And I didn't go that far with my children. I wasn't big on spanking. They got their ass paddled, don't get me wrong, right? They did get their ass paddled that they fucked up gloriously. Um, but it was more the not listening to what they were saying or not interested or thinking that because I was the adult that I was right. That is the way that I raised my first couple of kids, and it was wrong. It was wrong. All it did is, as they got older, it pushed them away. Here in northern Canada, it is 1 Celsius, but feels like 3 minus. Benji, where are you in northern Canada? 9 Celsius in Nova Scotia. Ah, you're all right. Fucking trucking. Good to see you. Damn good to see you. How the hell are you, man? Good morning. Well, Brian, you're gonna have to go to church for our wedding. Oh, are we? Are we doing it in a church? I'm not. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm not wearing any underwear or socks. I'm just not doing it. I'll put on a suit, but I'm not wearing any underwear and any socks. And I am gonna fart. Crag Rat, I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna eat Taco Bell the night before. And if you don't have Taco Bell over in the UK, I'll bring my own. Or I will find a really good restaurant that does a really good spicy curry chicken, and that's what I will be doing. Okay, so if you're making me, and I will do it for you guys, for you and Susie, I will go into a church. But don't expect me to do the up and down, kneel, pray, then up and down. Yeah, I will sit there and read my Playboy or scroll on my phone while all that part's going on. And I will not be wearing any underwear. I will not be wearing any socks, and I am gonna fart. Okay, there you go. I just gave you fair warning. You got fair warning. I'm the master baiter when I go fishing with, yeah. Ryan, you're the master baiter anytime. I don't think you even need a reason. A stiff wind blows in from the west, you get hard. Are you hunting? Not currently right now. Currently not right now. Now, mind you, if I owned this piece of property, say all that acreage out there that you're looking at there, say I owned, say, that 1,000 acres or 1,500 acres of this plot that we're looking at. If I owned all that, I could take my car like I am right now, go park in the middle of my own property, and I could sit here in my car and I could shoot coyote and fox all day long. Church is in a motorcycle rally. Well, that's fine. I'll definitely be wearing socks and underwear for that. And I ain't wearing a suit. I'll be in my leathers. Hope it's a rental suit. Well, dude, no, it'll be mine. I've got one specifically built for that reason. I was beaten whenever I made my parents look like bad parents. A lot of us were. A lot of us were. Like my parents, especially my father. My father's ego is very, very big. You think I got a big ego? Holy fuck! My father's ego is 10 times mine, and even raising both me and my brother, he was a very strict disciplinarian, and it was physical. Right? It was physical. We got the belt. We got the strap. If we were up on the farm, we would go out. He'd tell you to go out into the forest and pick a switch off a tree and then bring it back so he could whoop you with it. It was that kind of mind fuck that we grew up with. We were always constantly, getting smacked, getting slapped, getting, whatever. But that was the time. That was the time. Now, obviously, I didn't raise my children with the physical way like that. But like I said, the older ones, yeah, they got a little fucked. We have a Taco Bell in Blackpool. Well, there you go. Cabbage rolls are great for gas. You know what, Greg? I'm not a big cabbage roll eater. They smell good, and I'll eat them if that's what, if somebody, I'm at somebody's house and that's what they're serving, I'll eat it. But I won't go out of my way to eat a cabbage roll. But if I know that Cragrat's getting married, him and Susie are getting married, and we're in a church, and I know that cabbage rolls are a guarantee, I'll eat them. But I'm a child of the 60s. Trucking, well, I'm not going to say I'm a child of the 60s. I was born in the 60s, but I'm more a child of the 70s, right? That's when we grew up, both me and my brother was born in early 70s. I was born in late 60s. And in the 70s. So yeah, my dad was back then, but back in those days was a very hard disciplinarian. And that's just the way. And if you look back even farther, right, you look at my parents and my grandparents, both of my grandfathers were the same. They got back from World War II and they started their families. How do you think my father was raised? He was knocked around, kicked around, beat, smacked, treated, like a child back in those days. Prue goes, where am I right now? I'm sitting out in Alberta, Canada. If you own the property, you could go anywhere you wanted, pretty much. If I own that property, if I owned 1,500 acres of land out here, I'd never leave the property, dude. Ever. Well, at least you're wearing something at the motor place. Wow, you fucked the older ones? No, I didn't fuck the older ones. Actually, it's one of those things that, it comes back to you. As the kids get older, they realize that, what? Mom and dad have done the best they could with what they had. Did they make mistakes? Yeah. And I've discussed it with my older girls, right? 33 and 30, and their ages. And we've discussed it. Like, there's no hard feeling. They don't sit there and go, oh, we were so hard done by, and we were this and we were that, and da-da-da-da-da. No. Are they fucked? No, hell no. In some sense, it did toughen them up. My kids are very, very independent. First of all, they're educated, and they're very, very independent, strong, independent women that travel the world, right? One lives in Australia, one lives in Bali, but over the last 5 years, both of them have absolutely just traveled the world all over, backpacked through Europe, done the mountains, climbed mountains. They've done things that I would only dream of doing, and they've done all of it, and they are great. Not only are they great women for it, but they're fantastic human beings for it. The experience and life experience that those kids have is off the hook, and they're tough as shit. They are tough as hell. The two oldest kids, fuck, dude. I wouldn't go toe-to-toe with either of them. Honest as shit, man, I wouldn't. Ain't no way I'm getting married in a church. Tom is just pulling your leg. Well, if you had me in the church, you'd be pulling something else, Susie, because that ain't happening. I'm glad, because I would have gone into the church. I would. For you two, I would go, but I'm not going. I'm not going if I don't have to. Brian, we've dared my buddy to dress up as a Cornholio from Beavis and Butthead to fuck with Susie's relatives. Oh my God, that would be awesome. If that actually happens, dude, you got to know I'm going to have a camera rolling, right? I'll have a GoPro. I'll have a hat on with a GoPro stuck to the side of my head. 420 somewhere, no grandkids. I do. I have one granddaughter. You would think, eh? You would think with 6 daughters, ages 33 to 23, oldest to youngest is 30, it's 10 years between them all. You would think with 6 granddaughters that I'd have a mitt full of grandkids by now. But no, I got one. She's 2.5, and that came from the second oldest. Um, no, I don't get it. You're telling me out of 6 daughters, we didn't have one broken condom, one fucking, like, not a single oops or a mistake? Not one? I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, there's no grandkids on the horizon. Actually, the daughter that has the granddaughter is looking now at having another baby. They're like, her and her husband are tuning up to have the second child now. So I may end up with 2 grandkids from the same girl, from the same daughter. My older sisters held a grudge about the beatings. I had the opportunity to know my parents when they got into their 80s. All was forgiven from me. Well, you know what? There's got to be a level of forgiveness, and you got to look. Like, I had to do it with my parents. Um, for years I hated, and hate's a hard word, but for years I hated my father for the brutal treatment that he laid on both me and my brother, and I hated his fucking guts for it. But then you got to go back, and as you get older and get a little wiser, you got to go back and you got to look at the man. Look at, where did he come from? How was he raised? In what environment? And especially, like, what did he do for a living? Did he live a nice, easy executive's life and he worked Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, sitting in an office, blah, 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 blah? Or was he, standing on a fucking port, so he's standing in a port somewhere, slinging? My dad was a cop, right? That's a hard. He was a Toronto cop, Metro Toronto cop. That is a hard life. It dulls being a cop, especially back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. They didn't have the support that the cops now have today. Like, for the psychological abuse that they take, and all of the PTSD that they go through. Like, cops these days, and even back then, like, my father's told me horrific fucking stories of things that he's seen as a police officer that he wishes nobody in the world had ever seen, and he wishes that he'd never seen. And that never goes away. So when he would come home and he would climb into his bottle and trying to suppress or put that out of his mind, all it took was one of me or my brother to piss him off, or to say the wrong thing, or to step the wrong way. And man, the chairs would be flying, the fucking belt would be out, the hand would be up the side of the head. And when I got older, to the point where it got to the point, by the time I was 17, I was bigger and stronger than he was. That was the last time he ever put hands on me. And it just happened. I just fucking did it. I just did it. I've actually enforced my own rule. No, Tom, no. Dar Brown, look at that. Jason, you're getting creative. I'll give it to you, brother. You're getting creative. I'm really enjoying the names you're coming up with. You're doing well. Keep at it, son. But you gotta come up with something better. Like, this is getting old. This is getting old, really. But welcome in. Thank you for the view, and make sure, Jason, you hit the thumbs up or thumbs down. Makes no difference. I understand I don't at all hate my mom, but I was very upset with her for many years when I was 30. I told her father molested me for 2 months when we stayed with them and when we first came back to the U.S. That's a hard one. That's a hard one. I'll be honest with you. I've never in my life had to deal with something like that, so I don't know. Dad was an engineer and cheated on mom every opportunity. My parents were not drinkers. Careers don't last a lifetime. Children do. 420, very well said, man. Very, very well said. 92 laughing at the trolls. Hey, you know what? We got a couple of really good ones in here. We got a couple of really not so good ones in here, but we got some. They're getting creative. Yeah, after 2 months of summer, she just distinctly said, "You must have misunderstood and never spoke to me about it again." And she's 92. You know what? It's one of those things. If she's 92 now, you may have to put that one to bed yourself, man. You really might have to put that one to bed yourself. I'm sorry that something like that ever happened to you. Again, that is not something that has ever happened in me or I've had to deal with in my life as for one of my kids with one of my kids or relatives or anything like that. That is a tough fucking call, man. You are getting old, Michael. Don't I know it? My grandfather was a merchant marine from Edinburgh. That's a tough son of a bitch there, buddy. That's a tough son of a bitch. Both my grandfathers were truck drivers. They went off to war in World War II, and when they came back from the war, they started their family. My mom's side of the family, he had 5 daughters. Hold on, Karen. And, 5. He had 5. I had to count for a second. I had to count all my aunts. He had 5 daughters. So he went a little fuck crazy. He did all right. But he was a truck driver almost until the day that he died. And my dad's father, again, came back from well, he lived through World War II as well, and he came back and he was a truck driver as well. Hard men, very hard men, especially that generation, right? They were the great generation, right? That generation, the men back then, any of those guys that came back from the World War II, those guys were fucking hard, man. Greg, you're a jock. Man, love where you're at. Reminds me of parts of Kansas. It could very well be. I could easily be sitting anywhere in Kansas, North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana. This is all prairie out here. In Alberta, this is prairie. If you can't see it, obviously, because there's a fog on the field out there. It's not really showing a really good picture. But we're pointing due east, and if you go due east, the next all you're gonna have out here is oil pumps and cattle. That's it. Oil pumps and cattle and farm field. There's nothing between here and Saskatchewan. Broomfield's Dual Sport, good to see you, man. Thanks for being here. Hey, man, it's been a minute. Hope you're well. Shibby, good to see you as well. Welcome back. Does every child have the right to fight their dad at some point? Rust, that's in the child's perspective. If the child feels that it needs to defend itself, then yes, absolutely. There was a final breaking point in my life when I had finally snapped and had enough, and my father put his fucking hands on me, and I realized at that time that I was bigger than him, I was stronger than him, and I was faster than him. And I had put my foot down, and out of anger, and it was fueled anger. At that moment, I had made that decision in my life at that moment as it was happening that this will never happen again, and I made sure of it. And it never, ever happened again after that. Oh shit, Susie's looking at wedding dresses. Put the fucking credit card away. Oh Canada, thy land so grand, thou shalt not join the Yankee band. No stars or stripes, just maple sweet. We'll keep our moose, thou keep thy feet. There you go, man. You're killing it. Nice. Same generation who put 5 layers of vinyl on hardwood floors, but yes, they were really good, strong. Broomfield, yeah, it's funny, eh? They put 5 layers of vinyl on hardwood floors, and then they put, I don't know, man. I went in this is years and years ago, right? But going back to my parents' house that I grew up in at one point, and my dad was taking down the wallpaper. There was like, they never took the wallpaper down. They just wallpapered over the wallpaper, dude. A fucking tornado could have taken the house, but it wouldn't have fallen. The wallpaper and the like you said, the vinyl, 5 layers of vinyl flooring was holding the house together. Mr. Cox, honor thy parents. Today I do. I do. I don't have a very good relationship with my father. I have a very good relationship with my mother. My mom and dad aren't together. But I have a very good relationship with my mother, and I do have I do have, I'm not going to say I have a relationship with my dad. I don't. But the door is open a crack. That's all I'll say about that. Love Bug, good to see you. Only child abandoned by both parents, and I'll never understand why, and it will haunt me till the day I die. Trying my best. Basketball Jones, I'm really sorry to hear that. Hopefully at some point or another, either you were adopted or you were taken in and you ended up with a family that did love you and take care of you and raise you or whatnot. Unfortunately, there are horror stories of where that has not been the case, and I hope that's not the case for you. Wild 7 Adventures, good to see you, man. What's your thoughts on comedian Luce? Nice try, nice try. You almost had it. You got the out. Not bad, man. My last beating was at 16. Joined the Navy on 17th birthday. Well, you know what? That's, some people do that as well. Some people do that as well. Fucking trucking. I was almost 18. I was still 17, but I was almost 18 when I left home. My brother left home at 19. I left home at 17, almost 18. Because at some point or another, you will remove, if it's bad enough, you will remove yourself from the situation. And some people do that, join the military. That's a surefire way to get out, right? That's a surefire way to get out. Where am I right now? I'm in Strathmore, Alberta. I'm sitting on the very, very, very far end of town, pointing due east, looking out. If you walk out into that foggy field, you're gonna walk right into Saskatchewan. Same here. We had like 5 different carpets on top of each other. They would just put new ones on. The carpeting, no. My parents, very early, as far back as I can remember, I remember the very first house when I was like I said, I was born in Toronto, and then we moved out to Mississauga. And the very first house, I was 3 when we moved there, and the very first house had that. It was that carpet. It's almost like that carpet floor mat that you put at the front door of your house, right? If you fell down when you were walking, you'd end up with a rug burn, right? By skinning your knee. That's it. But it was mustard yellow. Anybody remember that? There was back in the 70s, they had the mustard yellow and that fucked up green and that shit stained brown. And that's what they had when we first moved into that house, and they had it for a few years, and then they pulled it all out and they went to hardwood. And then they started stacking the hardwood on top of each other. The people, when my parents eventually sold that house, after my brother and I were gone, they sold that house. I guarantee you, the next people that went in and did renos on that house, they were pulling hardwood and wallpaper out of there like nobody's business. This house just ain't no home anytime she goes away. Well, you saw the title of the video here. Gorgeous. Would love to visit from Australia. Goose Fist, I tell you what, I'd love to visit Australia. I got a daughter in Melbourne, and was talking to her the other day. So we've put it on our list of things to do. So we will be making a trip down to Australia, and I'm really, really looking forward to it. My girl, not so much. She has a real adversity to things that want to kill her. And there are a lot of things in Australia that want to eat you or kill you, and I don't blame her. But she's toughened it up, and she's sucked it up, and she's like, yeah, okay, let's go. So we're gonna go. My father was an old school trucker. If I tried to fight him, he would kick my arse and chucked me the coins for a payphone to get an ambulance. I have 11 daughters. No, are you out of your mind? 11? Hell no. I have 6. Where are you? I'm in Alberta, man. Car wash. My grandparents had that carpet when they went to replace it. And got a fucking pink carpet because they didn't sell yellow anymore. Well, like I said, Ryan, back in those days, I don't know what they were probably on psychedelics, right? Most of, like, my parents and that generation were all coming out of the 60s. They were all teenagers, in the late 50s, early 60s. So I kind of get the lollipop cream fucking wallpaper and the mustard yellow carpet, and they were probably shaking off the psychedelic era, and there's still something left over. Do you think people are a product of their environment? Yes and no. Yes and no. Yes, you can be a product of your environment. Absolutely. I was a product of my environment. The way I was raised and the way, I was treated, also had an effect on the type of man that I was in my in my late teens, early 20s. And it made an impact on the decisions I made in the lifestyle that I led back in those days. And I didn't always make the best decisions. But a product of your environment, yes, you do have the option. And I'm not going to say everybody. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying everybody has this option, but you do have the option to remove yourself from that environment. You can't remove the environment necessarily, but you can remove yourself from that environment. And I think it's the human spirit, and it's the human body, and it's the human psyche. When eventually enough is enough, and you have just had enough, and you're at the end of your rope, just let go of the rope, right? Just let go of the rope. There's so much more to that, Russ. There really is. Can I blame somebody for can you ever blame a person for their actions? Well, I think so, yeah. I am held accountable. Rust, you are held accountable for your actions. If you go, you walk into a store or you walk out your front door and you walk up some guy and for no reason punch him in the face, you're going to be held accountable. Can you blame a person for their actions? I don't know. There's other things that come into play when you're blaming people. Their psyche, where they're from. They could be mentally ill. They could be mentally ill. They could be, they could have psychological problems. There's so much. There really is so much. That was the age of laugh-in, dating game, and pastel blue suits. Oh, fucking trucking, let me tell you, pastel blue suits, they were the bomb. And you'd always see them wearing pastel blue suits and brown shoes. What was it with the brown shoes? Anybody? What the fuck was it with the brown shoes? They'd be wearing pastel blue suits, or a stupid fucking canary yellow suit with a green shirt and a blue tie and brown shoes. Feel bad for Canadians. Used to be a good place to visit. I've spent a lot of time in 6 nations. 4 MK and a half, it's still a great place to visit. Canada is a fantastic place to visit. Let me tell you. You'll see things and go places here that you'll not see anywhere else in the world. It's a fantastic place to visit. Do you want to live here? Maybe not. Depending on where you're living, your lifestyle could be really good where you are. Do you want to live in Canada and live under the what's going on here with the politics and the politicians and shit going on? Probably not. Probably not. Crag Rat, I'll go ahead and stand in the corner in the corner. My apologies. There you go. I can see you in a pastel blue suit. That's not going to happen, babe. Not anytime soon. The Gong Show. Oh my God. Yeah, the Gong Show. Somebody said it earlier. Hold on, what was it? The Gong Show? Um, the Dating Game. What else was there back then? The Price is Right was actually on back then, right? Everybody remember a young Bob Barker? He was banging all the beauties. That was awesome. I'm from Buffalo area. Played box lax up there every weekend. Okay, so you're an honorary Canadian if you're from Buffalo. Land my field up ahead. Go naked. Like I said, dude, there's nothing out there. Nothing out there but cattle and oil pumps. Maybe the odd wheat field. That's about it. Are there any mean Canadians? Yeah, of course there are. Of course there are. I'm not going to sit here and say that all the Canadian people are fucking great people. They're not, man. But are all Jimmy, are all the Americans great Americans? No. You know, I go to the US a lot. And for the most part, the people that I work with and deal with, and even the people that I don't know that I just meet, are fantastic. They're fantastic fucking people. But am I going to run into the odd asshole? Of course. And it's no different when you come here. Right? It's no different when you come here. You come to Canada, you're going to meet some really good people. You're going to meet some really great people. You're going to see some fantastic things, but you are going to bump into the odd asshole, right? You're going to run into the odd asshole. And what do? You shake your head, you roll your eyes, and you just fucking walk on. If you're an asshole, you're not getting any of my time. I'm not expending any of my energy and time and energy on you if you're an asshole. TX, you're a buddy of Brian's. I got your back. There we go. Love your food. Armando, you love the Canadian food? Or you love my food? You've never eaten my food. Excuse me. That there was the result of my French toast this morning, and it was really good. To Tell the Truth game show. Oh, Uncomfortable, man, they had the best game shows back in those days. They really did. But remember Bowling for Dollars? What else was there? Oh, fuck, the newlywed game. Hollywood Squares. Anybody? Come on, is anybody old enough to remember that? Hollywood Squares? Holy shit, man. A lot of these old games from the 70s, they've actually tried to bring them back, and they haven't really been all that successful with them. Evade money? I am a great Canadian? Okay, man. Thank you for being a great Canadian, brother. I appreciate that. Just don't come to just don't come to Manitoba. Nah, Robin, Manitoba's got some good shit to look at. Like, it's a dumpster fire. Winnipeg is a dumpster fire, but the province of Manitoba, you get up into northern Manitoba, it's beautiful up there, bro. Canada is much nicer. Was that? Oh, sorry. I'm trying to squeeze in mouthfuls of coffee here. Canada is much nicer than the U.S., just like at Niagara Falls. Well, Canada did get the better part of that deal with Niagara Falls. The U.S. Falls is kind of like, it's pathetic. It's like, you know, a little trickle in a toilet. We got the better deal on that, I'll tell you that. But our like land-wise and scenery-wise, the U.S. has some great things. You know, you go through the mountains, you go through Virginia, Colorado, or Virginia, West Virginia, Virginia, South Carolina, North Carolina. That is some of the most beautiful countryside. You're up and down the hills, you go through Fancy Gap, that is gorgeous country out there. I love driving through that. But then you come up to Canada and you come out of the East Coast and you're going to see some beautiful hills and scenery and everything out in the Maritimes. We won't count Quebec. There's some beautiful shit in Quebec too, but you get into Ontario, Northern Ontario and Northern Quebec is some of the most beautiful country you've ever seen. And then you see the prairies. You know, you see the prairies. You can stand on the roof of your truck and watch your dog walk away for 5 days. It's so flat and it's so beautiful. But then, man, you get into Alberta and you get into you get up into Canmore, Banff, Jasper. You get up into all of that. Blackcomb. That's all You will never see scenery like that anywhere else in the world. I will put those mountains, the Canadian view of mountains views going through those mountains, I'll put those up against any mountain range in the world for beauty. Brian, we're having a giant a giant hog roast at the wedding. Sign me up for that. I love game shows, but I just wonder where they get all this money from to hand out to sponsors. 90% of those prizes are sponsors, are the sponsors give, and commercials. Cars, all the appliances. I mean, it's nice. Yeah, remember when somebody, nowadays, if somebody on a game show wins a new car, nobody loses their shit. But back in the 70s or 80s, the grand prize was a brand new car. Fucking, the audience would be fucking going crazy. Haven't been to a hog roast since I was a kid. Takes me back. Neither have I. You know what, car wash? It's been a long time since I've been at a real true hog roast. I live in Colorado now. You should see it here. MK, I've been through Colorado hundreds of times in my life. Absolutely, absolutely beautiful, right? Especially when you're coming in from the east and you see Denver, right? You got the Denver skyline. If you're, still when you're say 10 miles, 15 miles out, right? You're coming in from the east and you got the Denver city proper, and then you've got the mountains in the background. Fucking phenomenal view. Absolutely beautiful. I should consider stand-up comedy. The way you speak is entertaining. That's cool. Now we're getting creative. Now he's going after my brother. Or maybe it's she's going after my brother. Could be a she on this one. I'll find out later. This house is just minutes from Fancy Gap, Virginia, but moving to northern, was that Maine? What's that mean, Maine? I think it's Maine, isn't it? MA is Massachusetts. Must be Maine. The new car cost $2,000. Yeah, back then, exactly. Trucking, that new car cost $2,000. Well, let's put this in perspective, okay? In 1967, my dad bought a brand new, off the showroom floor, Camaro, right? Bought a brand new, $3,200 in 1967 for a brand new Camaro off the showroom floor. $3,200 today wouldn't get you the 4 tires. I love a good hog roast. Oh, so would I. Means crap to you. Well, just like what you're saying means crap to us. You're just free entertainment, baby. I'm from Australia. I'm 21. I'm going to get married as Sydney in Sydney, as Sydney in Australia. I feel sorry for you Canadians, but you've got a liberal government. Well, you know what? Armando, I'll take your sympathy. I will take your sympathy. I will appreciate your sympathy. Yeah, the election didn't turn out the way, though, that I think the rest of the country had hoped. But yeah, we got the liberal government. Dave Chappelle is the new George Carlin. That's a really, really, really good that's a really good comparison, Greg. If you watch Chappelle over the last, I would say like just pre-COVID, if you watch a lot of this shit, here, think about this, Greg, because you'll remember. Carlin back in the day was predicting shit that was going to happen that is now happening. How the fuck did he know? Chappelle is on that same level, right? He's funny, but his comedy has a warning and a message to it, right? Very much like George Carlin. Are you doing the roast on a spit or on the ground? Somebody answer that because I'm not doing it. Are we sitting on a tractor? No, man, we're sitting in a car, Georgia Bulldog. Just sitting in a car. What makes a comedian? What makes a comedian hack? I don't know. Let's hear it. Coyote Rengo. Nice. You think cars and trucks will fly in the future, mate? Probably. Not in my lifetime. Not in my lifetime. I don't think we're going to be doing the George Jetson, hovercraft shit in my lifetime. But yeah, I think it's eventually going to happen. Anonymous. Wrong person, Bog. My favorite is Stephen Wright. Funny one-liners. Mitch Hedberg used to be the best for one-liners. As far as I was concerned, for dark comedy one-liners, Mitch Hedberg was probably the best, in my opinion, for one-liners. Him and Don Rinkles, probably the best for one-liners. What play at you are? What play at I are? You mean where am I? I'm in Alberta, man. Yeah. Looks like the fog is actually lifting. I don't know if you guys can tell from where you are. Let me just grab another mouthful of coffee. What do you think about the youth? Oh, god damn, Rust. That's a whole nother live, man. I'd like to sit here and honestly tell you that I have great respect for the youth of today, and that I think that they're a great generation and they're going to go on and do great things. But I'm going to be totally honest with you, man. I'm going to be totally honest with you, man. I don't. I'm worried, right? My generation is going to hand over hand over this planet to the next generation, and I am concerned. Where is the craziest place conditions you've driven in? I'll go first. The scenic mountain roads of Colorado. The craziest place, Georgia, the craziest place I've ever driven is the ice roads. I don't care how long you've been driving truck. The very first time you go and do ice road trucking and you're up on the ice roads, you are going to learn exactly what your abilities are. And then you are going to be pushed beyond those abilities. I guarantee you. Some of the hairiest driving I've ever done was on the ice roads. Conditions, I'll probably be the ice roads. Scenery, ice road trucking is beautiful, especially at night, right? At night, ice road trucking is really beautiful when you got your headlights lit up across the frozen lake. That's really cool. Excuse me, pardon me, you're a wonderful audience. But I've other weather conditions. Man, I've driven through everything. I've driven through through Kansas, and I've had a tornado no more than a quarter mile off the side of my truck. And, you would think that a normal person would pull the truck over or grab an underpass or something like that. Me, no. I dropped a gear, put it to the floor, and tried to get away from the tornado. And luckily for me, it went one way as I was going the other. So I was fortunate. A very stupid move to do. And the good thing, of course, is I actually got it on film. I was able to get pictures of it as I was fucking doing it. Not my smartest move. Not my smartest move. But I've driven through, never driven through hurricane season. But I've done, obviously being Canadian, I've driven through any type of snow and hail and sleet or any kind of shit that like that you can come up with. I've driven through it. All sorts of weather, thunderstorms, wind. I've had I've been hit by wind coming across the I-80 in Iowa. Just to just between. I think I was just between Des Moines between Des Moines and Davenport, and the wind hit me so fucking hard that my trailer went up. Like I was looking in my mirror and I'm looking at air underneath my tires. I've had that. That'll pucker your ass pretty quick. Oh, the Ice Road Trucking show, that was fun to watch. Don't get me wrong. And they amped it up. They had the music, and Mike Rowe, who's the narrator, he would, his voice, and it was amped up, and they did everything in tonnage, right? So, you got to watch that Lisa Kelly, she's going across the ice, and she's got 11 tons of whatever on her trailer. Well, that's only 23,000 pounds. 23,000 pounds is not a lot. Right, we were dragging transformers that were in excess of 175, 200,000 pounds across the ice road, right? So when you're dragging 22,000 pounds, so they wouldn't go, oh, Lisa Kelly had 22,000 pounds, because everybody's going to go, yeah, so what? But when you go, oh, she's got 11 tons of manure sitting on the back of her trailer, it sounds a lot different. It sounds a lot more dangerous, a lot more, ooh, Russ, the difference is honestly, okay, let's go to my parents' generation. Obviously were the boomers, right? And they hard work, da 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 da. They raised their families, hard nosed people, blah 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 blah. And then my generation, we were raised very, as a result of them being hard, we were a little harder. The next generation coming up, I don't think they had the discipline, and this is just a personal thing. This is just my opinion, okay, Rust? But I see that the next generation, somehow or another, and I don't know where it came from, is they have a sense of entitlement. Right? There's a sense of entitlement, and some of that might be the technology that we're dealing with today. Back in when I was a kid, we didn't have iPhones or iPads or fucking, you couldn't turn on your TV. When I was a kid, we had 4 channels, man. And nowadays you can turn on your TV and you have unlimited entertainment, and it's made the kids a little softer. And somehow or another, a sense of entitlement is seeped in that, they don't want to work hard. They think somehow or another, for some reason, that the world owes them something. They don't need to go out and get it. My generation and my parents' generation, and maybe yours, Russ, I don't know how old you are. We all had to work, and I'm still working. You're still working. My generation, we're still working. At 55, I'm still working. And I've always worked. I've always worked hard. The next generation coming up after that, they don't have the work ethic. They don't have. They have that sense of, for some reason, and I don't know where it seeped in from. I can't put a finger on it. But they've got the fucking, the sense of entitlement that they don't want to go to work. They don't need to go to work. Everything should be handed to them, should be given to them. They should be able to sit at home and, if they have to go to work and work 40 hours, that's a long week. As a truck driver, I got 40 hours. If I go to work on Sunday morning, by fucking Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, I've already got my 40. What the fuck are you doing the rest of your week? Have I ever been to the Iowa 80 on oh fuck yeah, dude. I go there, Georgia. When I go there, I leave my wallet in the truck. Okay, it is a playground for truck drivers. It's actually a playground for everything. And what's really cool is if you go to the Iowa 80, right, and you go in and you do the walk around, I could pack a lunch and make a day of it in there, with all the shit that's in there. But actually, just off to the side, when on the entrance, when you go into the Iowa 80 will be on your left, or sorry, on your right hand side. But off the left hand side, on the next piece of land, there's another driveway, and it's the truck museum. If you ever get a chance to go into that museum, I would say definitely go. It doesn't cost you anything. All they take is a donation. So if all you got is like $2 in your pocket, throw $2. Throw $2. Fantastic, absolutely fantastic, man. Definitely worth the walk. But yeah, that truck stop has cost me fucking thousands of dollars, man. Thousands. And what they did afterwards is they turned around and they went online. So now you can go to iowa80.com and you don't even have to go into the truck stop to buy the chrome, the toys, all the shit. They'll ship it to you. I was carrying steel on a rack going over a viaduct. The wind got under the steel and took off with it. Well, there you go. Internet and social media is killing the world. Brother, I'm telling you, that's not a lie. That's not a lie. Fucking trucking, that's not a lie. I say it's killing the world? No, but it's dumbing down the world, right? You would honestly think that with technology and the internet that people would be a whole lot smarter. The next generation would be so much smarter, but I can't say that's the fact. I really can't. You in Ireland? No, man, I'm in Alberta, Canada. What do I think of AI? I'm going to be honest with you, Coyote. I'm a little afraid of it, right? I'm a little afraid of it because at some point or another, like we've already got AI and it's working. Oh, fuck me. That was good too. Thank you. We've already got AI and it's working in certain aspects of our life. But do I feel comfortable handing over everything to basically, let's call it a machine or a computer that's going to do all of my day-to-day thinking for me? No. Is the day ever going to come where I'm going to allow someone to plug something into the back of a port into the back of my head? No. Well, you look at AI, I can look at some of the cool things, like YouTube has AI generation on it. My phone has AI. I've got an iPhone 16 and it's got AI. I've not touched it. I've not used any of it, but it's there. I'm just not there for it, man. I'm really not. I'm just not there for it. I'm not up for it. I don't want it. I kind of like thinking for myself. I don't need anybody else or anything else thinking for me or making decisions for me. I really don't. Good morning. I hope all is well. Long weekend with Jason. Yeah, well, yeah. It's just another. It's Victoria Day in Canada here. It's just another day. Really. Kathleen, exactly. When they made that movie, Terminator 2, and they had Skynet, I wonder if they realized how close to reality they were going to get. Because at some point or another, that's literally what we're going for, right? We're going to hand over the world's, America and Canada. We're going to hand over our defense. We're going to hand over our banking. We're going to hand over everything at some point or another. I hope I'm long dead when it happens, but I agree with that. Yeah, brain rot and sloppy AA garbage is ruining kids' futures. It really is. Because if a kid doesn't have to think for themselves anymore, what are they going to do? Right? They're basically going to become fucking brain pudding. They're just going to fuck off and they're going to have brain pudding sitting on the couch. That's all. That's what they're going to become. Birds aren't real and the world is a simulation. Well, that all depends on how much you smoke, dude. Not using AI, not giving Sky, it has all right. Well, Jason, that's a very good point. Anybody out here right now that's thinking that, everything about your life, everything, Jason, you, Greg, you, Stephanie, you, Leeli, you, me, everybody, it's out there. It is out there. There is a kid somewhere sitting in their mom's basement with a fucking vamped up computer using AI and all sorts of other shit that, I wouldn't even know what it is. And that kid, if that kid can break into the Pentagon, that kid can get your fucking social security number and find out where you bank and your money. And like, come on, man. Really. My phone has active translation on phone calls. You speak Spanish on the phone call, I hear English. I speak English and they have Spanish. I've not used any of that yet, man. You know what? I'm just not interested in fucking around with it. I think the sense of entitlement is just part of the new status quo. Example, maybe 500 years ago, wearing shoes might be a privilege, but 100 years ago, shoes are so common, so they'd be entitled to wear them. You know what, Rust? That's a very good way to look at that. That's a very good way to look at it. I never looked at it in that sense. You're onto something. You're right. I can agree with that. So scary how the world's going to be later on with all this technology. Well, Stephanie, it's kind of scary now. It really is. I'm not a big fan of it. I don't need a computer thinking for me or doing things for me or working for me. No, I'm quite content to do that myself. They got computers that are already driving cars, and that's coming. Hopefully not too soon. They got with trucks. Let's face it. Most airplanes nowadays, they can take off, get up to cruising altitude, and land by themselves. The pilots are just there as passengers as well. They're pretty much there to in the event something goes wrong. Airplanes are pretty much flying themselves around. It's all there. It's all there. What if someone makes a virus to make chips explode or something? Here's the thing, okay? Here's something. Levi, think about this. Anything that you or me or anybody else can think of, it's already been thought of. We are not having original thoughts these days. Anything else that you and I could think of, so example for that, chips explode or something, that's already been thought of, and it's probably out there somewhere. We just don't know about it, or we've never seen it happen. But if you can think it up, it's probably already been thought of, and somebody's put something in place to try it. Wouldn't it be bad? That'd be very bad. That'd be very bad. Can you do backflips? No, not unless I want to put myself into traction. There's Tolga. Good day to you, sir. How the hell are you doing there, man? How the hell you doing? Good to see you. Or what if there is a device that can Bluetooth to any mind and they can find every information they need? Raminho, I would not put that past. Come on, man. If you can think it, somebody's fucking probably already tried it, they're doing it, or they're working on it, right? Or it's already out there sitting on a shelf waiting, right? Everyone's saying hi to Tolga, the man. Scientists are working on experiments to dim the sun. No joke, humanity is doomed. Why the hell would you want to dim the sun? You know what, man? I love the sun. I'm not a sun worshiper. I don't mean like I sit out and I suntan, but you know what? Fuck, everything that we have on Earth requires sunlight. Anything that's growing requires sunlight. You start dimming the sun, what the fuck are you going to do? Right? You're going to start killing crops. You're going to start killing trees. You're going to, come on, man. That's got to be the dumbest thing anybody could ever do. You don't need assistance, but many people in this world could use a computer thinking or doing things for the needy. You know what? Angel's Journey, that's a good point. I did not think of that when I was saying that. I'm speaking Angel's Journey from my own perspective in my life. Okay? Now, are there good uses, I guess, for AI or for certain types of technology? Yeah, there are people that, medically or physically require assistance. And for that, I wouldn't have a problem with that. I wouldn't have a problem with that. But there has to be a ceiling on it. There has to be a ceiling on it. You can't just let it run free. You can't let AI just run free. right? How about face recognition at the border? Dude, they've already got it, Greg. They've got it. When I roll up to the border at A-Bay, Buffalo, going into Detroit, any of the borders, when we roll up, there are scanners that are scanning the plate, the little number, the little decal that we have, our decal that we have in our windshield, and they scan your face as well. By the time I get to the booth, I don't even have the truck in out of gear, and by the time I get to the booth, that guy or girl in the booth knows everything. Doing good, just took a coffee break. I'm 10 hours late to do that though. Well, Jesus Christ, son, get it into you. Israel had exploding pages with the Taliban. They've gotten creative with their bombs over the years. Everybody has. Yesterday, I seen lots of Uber cars in downtown LA without drivers in them. I've not seen that. Coyote, honest to God, I've not seen that. I've never seen that yet. I've seen a car without the driver. Like I've seen one, but it wasn't like driving around a downtown core. It was just in a smaller town, and I don't know where it was going. Not like I followed it. And there was nobody driving the car, but there was somebody in the passenger seat. So I've seen that. But I've not seen like a lot of Uber cars in downtown. I'm not getting in a fucking Uber if there's nobody driving it. Coyote, I don't know about you, but I am not getting in a fucking Uber. I'm not getting in a cab or an Uber or a truck or any car. You know, if a friend of mine pulled up in the driveway and he's sitting in the passenger seat or he's sitting in the back seat, he said, Brian, get in, we're going golfing. And he tells me to get in the back seat and the car is going to drive us there. Fuck that, I ain't going. Having planes be automatically controlled is already very dangerous if some can hack into it. Well, Leela, that's the thing, right? You can hack into anything. Anything, if it's got a computer chip and any type of control system with a computer chip, it can be hacked. There's already been stories about people with not even fully automated cars, right? They're semi-automated, whatever like that. For example, I had a Honda Civic and it had the lane assist and all that kind of shit. There's a chip in that car that's working, and that chip can be hacked. And there's already been proven stories where somebody rolls up in another car beside your car and is able to jump onto that chip, and next thing you know, it's engaging your brakes and turning your car. It's happened already. That shit's already happened. So airplanes, yeah, they can be hacked. Cars can be hacked. Y'all, I'm doing a pollution essay. Pray for me. Good luck with that. Lyric Man, they have it absolutely everywhere. I agree. Absolutely agree. I've seen driverless cars in Vegas, all kinds of cameras all over them. Dude, I'm not getting in them. I'm not getting in them. Those pager bombs was Israel Mossad. The Israeli Mossad are probably the sneakiest bastards on the planet. They are deadly, but they are also fucking very sneaky. Kill nothing but time. Love the name, man. That is fucking awesome. Love the name. Chemtrails are actually called stratospheric aerosol injection, and weather engineering is real. They used rain as a weapon in Vietnam. Knowledge is power. Hey, they are using, they're already over in like Dubai and places like that where there's no rain. They're already manipulating weather. That's been going on. They're injecting clouds. I don't know what it's called, right? But they're manipulating weather, and with chemtrails, with chemicals, with this, with that, and the other. Dude, that shit's going on. And I'm not surprised. If you told me, yeah, they've been going on since the Vietnam War. I would say, yeah, probably. Right? Probably. What the fuck do I know? 2-4, I saw those driverless cars in California when I was on vacation there. Were a few of them. What are they for? I don't know what the fuck they're for. I had a driverless truck last year when I blacked out behind the wheel. Not good. What bodies are we burying in the field today? I can't say out loud, but there's a couple holes dug There's a couple holes dug somewhere. I think you're on top of the messengers unless you're intentionally skipping some good ones. I'm not intentionally. There's people are getting out of line, so it looks like Crag Rat and Tolga are taking care of some of the trolls, but I'm trying to hit the good ones. As things get easier to hack, security systems get better as well. So in a way, hacks improve security as well. Well, Rust, I do agree with that. I do agree with that. But it's going to be a leapfrog, right? Security gets better, the hacking will get better and leapfrog the security. Then, then security will get better again. At some point, Rust, there's going to be a ceiling, right? Sorry, I just hit the camera there. At some point, there's going to be a ceiling. And what can you do? What can you do? You can't do anything about that. Really, you can't. Yeah, they used cloud seeding just after World War I. So, you know what? If you are correct, and I got no reason to doubt you, it's been going a long time. Always dig 3 holes in case there's a witness. Robin, good advice. I never thought of that. Got my back, do you, buddy? Thank you very much. And they didn't know how all the Jews escaped, but they got a dog to track senses, but the people used a drug to make it so the dogs not smell the Jewish. I never heard nothing about that. Wired has a good article on Voice of God technology. Hold on, I'm going to screenshot that so I can go back later today and look at that, and I'll look that up. Thanks. That kind of shit actually, interests me. I don't want to play with it. I don't want to play with any of that kind of shit. But it does interest me. I'd like to at least know what I'm talking about, or at least understand when when one of you guys in the chat is talking about it, I'd like to at least know what the fuck you're talking about. Do I want to play with any of that? About the new technology and the AI? Hell no. I want no part of that. The book is called Number of Stars. See, hold on. I got to screenshot that again. You're killing me. It should be red. Hold on. Screenshot that. Thank you. To me, technology has gone too far when children don't want to live anymore and can't retain information in school. Well, we were talking about this, I think, on Saturday. Kill Nothing But Time. Parents aren't raising kids anymore because it's just easier to hand them a device and let them sit on the end of the couch and turn their brains into mush, right? Really, it is. Like, you go look at the schools today. What are they teaching in school? Nothing but time. When I was in school, they taught the basics: reading, writing, arithmetic, geography, biology, history. They taught all of that. Those were mandatory things you had to learn. And and English class, and within your English, you had to learn printing, proper grammar, pronunciation, cursive. How many of you fuckers out there can actually write, like cursive writing? Can sit down and write an entire page of something in cursive? None of my kids can. Maybe the oldest two might. But my 4 younger ones, I don't think any of them could write in cursive, right? That was taught back to in when I was a kid. Jazz Deep, where are we? We're in Alberta, Canada, man. Purple Haze says, hi, Dad. No, I got enough, thanks. Why do you think there will be a ceiling? It's like plugging a hole and I don't think they'll ever run out of tape. You know what? I'm just saying there's got to be a ceiling, but you could be right. There possibly may not. It may just go endlessly. But just think about where it's going to go, Rust, right? If one keeps leapfrogging the other, if technology and then hacking and then if they keep leapfrogging each other, it's got to end somewhere. Or maybe not. Maybe it don't. Fuck, what do I know, dude? At least for most families, it was TV time after dinner together, not everyone gone to their room, shut the door, left to their own devices. Exactly. Exactly. You know? Dude, killing nothing but time, that was how we were, right? We came home from school, we did our homework, we went out and played until the street lights came on, we came in the house, we had dinner as a family, as family as it could be, you know, and then, you know, after dinner, we got the option, depending on how old we were, we could watch a couple of TV programs after the old man had watched the news, and then it was, you know, time to go to bed. You know, nowadays, man, like, here's an example. A few years ago, there'd be, say, in my house, there'd be 2 adults, and at any given time, there's usually 3 to 4 kids living at home, this and that. And dude, you could hear a mouse fart in my house, right? The kids wouldn't even talk to each other. They'd text each other from bedroom to bedroom. You could go hours and you wouldn't hear a goddamn thing. All you'd hear would be my TV or somebody, you know, one of the kids out of nowhere, you'll hear somebody bowl out a big belly laugh at something that they're reading or something that they're talking. But my kids didn't even talk to each other anymore. They didn't have to. They would text each other from bedroom to bedroom. Jazz Deep, you can write in cursive. Well, you're one of the few. You're a fool. They still teach those things, and parents used to kick the kids out the door and say, don't come back until dinner. Eufy doofy, I beg to differ. I've watched what was taught to my kids in school. And even the next generation after my kids, right? Because my kids are all now grown up, and if they, you know, the next generation that's in school right now, they're not teaching you fucking history. They're not teaching you fucking proper. They don't give a flying fuck if you can spell. Your device will spell check you for you. Proper grammar, pronunciation, you know, how and when and where to use an apostrophe. Fuck, man. None of my kids, not just my kids, but I've seen like text messages where the sentence went on for fucking half a page. No periods, no commas, no capitals, no nothing. And you know, okay, the spelling might be correct because the phone is correcting their spelling. Jesus Christ. I'm the ladies' man. Patches, all right on at you, man. A mouse fart. You could hear it. I'm telling you, you'd hear a mouse fart in my house. We would all be sitting watching TV after dinner, and my dad would just pick up the remote, turn it off, TV, and walk upstairs and go to bed. We were all still sitting on the sofa. Happened all the time, man. As soon as Knight Rider was over, right? That was the last one we were allowed to watch. Knight Rider or whatever the last program. Boop, TV got turned off. Dad would go over to the bar, grab a beer, and go upstairs, and we'd all be sitting there. My brother and I and my mom was sitting on the couch going, okay, what the fuck we do now? You're a 90s baby. Well, I'm a 70s baby, right? Born in the 60s, but raised in the 70s, so. I don't even understand why all these kids have computers, TV, phones, Xboxes, or PlayStation. Like, bro, all in one room for them. Raminio, we talked about this the other day, and I'll just really quickly just say this. It's not all the generation's fault, right? And it's not all the parents' fault. Because when I was a kid, my dad went to work, my mom stayed home. She was a housewife and she raised her children, right? And back then, you could raise a family on a single income and pay your mortgage and pay your bills and raise your kids and da-da-da-da-da. But then when my generation came along, right, it was you needed 2 incomes. The husband and the wife had to go to work in order to pay the mortgage, pay the bills, buy the food, raise the, you know, and then, you know, we started to hand off our kids to babysitters, nannies, daycares, and all that kind of shit back then. When I was a kid, there was no daycare centers. There was that old lady that lived on the street that had 10 kids running around her house because she was babysitting everybody's kids while they were at school or while parents were at work, right? So they didn't have that. And that's when it started, right? When the both parents had to go to work and make the income. They started to hand off the parental responsibility. And then as the 90s hit and technology came in, it just became easier and easier, to take those kids that were, my generation who used to go outside and play. It's just easier to hand them a device and let them entertain themselves. Because now the both parents are now not working 40 hours a week. They're having to work 55 hours a week. It's not all the parents' fault, and it's not all the generation's fault. Really, it's not. Tennessee TV, damn good to see you. How the hell are you, man? Good morning. I can write in cursive only because I'm dyslexic. That's actually funny. My mom used to have to kick me to get in the house. Moms nowadays kick kids to go outside and play. Yeah, well, good luck with that, Coyote. You walk around my neighborhood on like a Saturday afternoon or a Saturday morning, there's no kids out playing. In the wintertime, there's nobody out playing street hockey. In the summertime, there's there's no kids out playing, running around, doing, it's nothing. You might see the odd kid sitting on the front porch. What are they doing? They're sitting there with an iPad. I was in college history in high school, and college textbooks version was very different than on level textbooks who was getting the truth and who was getting the lies. I don't know about that, man. Imagine a kid nowadays without a computer or a phone. They would be healthier, but they would probably be socially isolated from people. And that's a huge point. It really is. If you want to see a fucking teenager absolutely come unglued and have a total meltdown, turn off your internet. I've done it. Been absolutely so disgusted with what's going on. I've shut the internet off on the house, and all of a sudden, fucking, you're like, you'll start hearing it from one room or another. Hey, what's happening? Anybody? And they're yelling at each other. They won't even walk out of their rooms. One kid will yell to you, "Do you have a signal? Do you have this?" But unfortunately now, right, this day and age, all of their phones have like 5G, LTE, or whatever. So they've got internet whether they're in the house or out of the house nowadays. So you can't do that. But back when my kids were little, I could do that, right? When all they had was an iPad that didn't have, its own internet. Or they had a device that didn't have its own internet. iPads, not iPhones, what they call those, whatever, right? If it didn't come with its own internet with the 3G and it couldn't hook onto a network, all they had available to them was the house, we'd turn it off and just watch them absolutely come unglued, one after another. And the first thing out is BlackBerry. That's funny as fuck, Bull. And the first thing out of their mouth is like, well, how long is it going to be? How long do you, and they start freaking. It was actually comical. Do they still have the block parent program? You know what, Robin? That's a really, really good question. Brother, I don't know. I don't have a clue. I remember, when we were younger that there was that block parent sign in the front window of probably 2 or 3 houses on just about every street. I don't think I've seen that in years, man. That's a really good point, man. It's a good question. I don't have a clue. All the kids here go down to the park, down the street, and hang out. Skate park, basketball courts. Well, that's rare, man. Up around where I am here, you don't see, fucking Saturday afternoon, Saturday morning, Sunday morning, whatever. You don't see a kid in sight. Nowhere. My 13-year-old friends knew more about what was going on in the neighborhood with who was a pervert and all the gossip back in 1980. Sally, that is so true. We all had that, don't go over there. That's old man Caldwell's place. Every neighborhood or street had one of those, and the kids all knew it, and they gossiped, and yeah, they knew more about what was going on in the street than the fucking parents did. Hey, Bull, I think you can still get a BlackBerry. I don't know if they make them anymore, but I think you can still get them. People would die without internet. They would get out. They would fucking absolutely lose their shit without the internet. They really would. And don't get me wrong. Tennessee, I do enjoy, the benefits of the internet. I do. I couldn't do what I'm doing right now without it, right? I couldn't do it right now with what I'm doing, talking to you guys and you guys doing what you're doing. We couldn't do it without it. I do enjoy the benefits. I do enjoy Google. I do enjoy, the maps, the some of the apps, and do I enjoy? But do I fall down the internet rabbit hole? Do I hate the fact that the time is coming that our lives are going to be 100% solely run and dependent upon it? I hate that thought. I really fucking hate that thought. We still have neighborhood watch signs, but you don't see anyone watching except cameras on doorbells. Well, you know what? That's pretty sad. But you know what? I've got one. I've got a camera on my fucking doorbell. I do. They're the same cameras on the front of the doorbell. It's on the back of the back door of the house, and there's one cameras in the house. Far cry from Bull back in the day when you could leave your doors open. You could go to bed at night and leave your doors open and unlocked, windows open. You could, my parents, they could go away for a fucking weekend and leave the house open. Nothing's going to happen to it. Tennessee, you've been here long enough and you've done enough and seen enough. I just ask that you be respectful with it and don't go crazy. No, you have a pretty good idea of what I'm looking for and what I want and what I don't want. So there you go. It's hard for us to straddling the century line with old tech and new tech. Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you, Sally. I wasn't even up to date on the old tech, so I couldn't be up to date on the old tech because fucking and I can't. I certainly have. I grapple. Part of it is my age. Some of it is my own ignorance and stubbornness. I'm just don't want to. I probably could be a lot more proficient with the new technology if I applied myself. I sound like an old fucking report card from school. Brian could be a much better student if he just applied himself. And in the new technology, if I probably applied myself a little better, maybe had a little more of an open mind, about it, not so closed-minded, not so ignorant about it. But you know what? I'm not quite there yet. Some aspects of it, Sally, some aspects of it, the new technology, I am. I'm actually making an effort to learn how certain things work. Partly because, it'll help me in my life and with things that I do. But others is because the other reason is because I want to be able to know what's happening around me if something goes wrong. Why? Why is this going? Why is this happening? What's going on with this? And I'm kind of learning that because I just want to be a little more self-aware of the world around me. You can't, the days are gone where you could be that man and wander off into the mountains in a cabin and be gone for the rest of your life and live in your bubble. You can't do that anymore. Technology is everywhere. It's everywhere. So, that's just the way it is, unfortunately. The Block Parent program had 250,000 homes as of 2013, 25,000. Yeah, you just don't see it anymore. Yeah, we never locked our doors where I grew up, left our keys in the ignition, bikes unlocked, no way today. Exactly. Bull, I don't know, when we were kids, we'd roll up the driveway on our bikes, we'd dump them on the front lawn and we'd go in the house and you come out the next morning and your bike was still there. Try that today. That ain't gonna happen, right? That ain't gonna happen. Not a chance in not a chance in goddamn hell you see that. And leaving your house unlocked? No, you can't leave your house unlocked. I'd like to sit there and say I live in a really nice neighborhood, and I do. But do I have trust in the fact that, there's not somebody somewhere watching people go in and out of their houses and watching, does this guy or girl lock her door? No? Okay, we'll make note. We'll watch and see what this guy's doing tomorrow, right? Because I'm in and out of the house 2 or 3 times a day. God damn it, I lock my fucking doors. Callaghan is our neighborhood watch. Callaghan? Well, Smith & Wesson used to be mine. My 45, there you go, Tennessee, is my neighborhood watch. There you go. There's Moto. What the hell's going on with you? Hey, when are you guys vamping up your lives? Moto, you guys gonna start that back up again? Just curious, man. Like, I know you guys took a break. I'm just kind of curious if you guys are gonna vamp that back up again. Ain't too much energy, and I don't want to spend the last of my time on it, but I have to keep up, like, you want to be aware. Sally, exactly. I'm not going to devote myself to the new technology, but I better be able to know what's going on around me, because eventually something's going to happen, and you're going to need to know. You're going to need to know the whys, and you're going to need to know what to do. Remember, everything changes. Nothing stays the same. Well, if nothing changes, then nothing changes, and it does stay the same. But I agree with that. Everything's right today. Everything fucking changes. But you know what? Catbird, for somebody at my age, when I was a kid, yes, things changed, but they weren't changing as fast. Okay? Nowadays, what's here on Friday is gone by Monday. That's how fast the world is changing around us. And somebody like me, I struggle with that, to keep up with that. My kids don't. But at some point in their lives, they will, as they get older. But let me tell you, I used to be able to keep up with the world and the world around me and what was going on and this and that. Nowadays, what's happening in one part of the world on Friday, it's changed by Monday, and something else is happening somewhere else. And you just can't keep track of it all. Honestly, every day was too much for me. I would do 5 days a week, and then I'd have to do 2 more days with somebody else, which was fun for a while. It is a lot of work. Moto, I was on the phone with Sterling yesterday, and we were talking about you guys doing it and everything like that. I know the feeling, right? Because I do this for 7 days in a row. Well, this time it's going to be 6, because I took yesterday off, because Shannon Thomas went live yesterday morning, and I thought you were going live, so I didn't want to step on either of you guys, and I wanted to watch you guys. But so I took yesterday off, but I do this 6 or 7 days in a row, and I usually run 4 hours at a pop, right? 4 to 5 hours each day. And it is a lot. By the time I'm done the 6th and 7th day, brother, I'm pudding. My brain is absolutely fucking pudding, and my mouth is tired of talking. 3 days maybe, thanks for asking. Hey, you know what? I do appreciate it. It's usually you or Eric is sending me a link. Keep sending them. Most of the time when you guys have been going live, I'm already live at that time. I usually go a little bit before you, and I'm running at the same time that you guys are. But please keep sending me the link, because I love coming in on you. I love hanging out with you guys. I love what you guys are doing. And if I'm not live, or if I'm not doing anything, so keep sending the link. And same with Eric, same with Bastard. Keep sending the link. I will hit it if I'm free. Catbird 68. I'm 57. I know what you're saying. Oh, I'm 55, right? I cannot keep up with it. Really, I can't keep up with it. I mean, here's a funny example, okay? However many years ago, Apple came out with the iPhone. It was the iPhone, call it 1. And then every couple of years, they would be the, iPhone 1, and then they had the iPhone 2, would maybe 2 or 3 years later. Nowadays, they're dropping a new iPhone almost every 6 months. Do you need a new fucking iPhone every 6 months? Like, I've got the 16, right? I've got the iPhone 16. The previous one, the one I had, was the iPhone 13 Pro Plus. I only got that 2 years ago. So 2 years ago when that came out, or 2.5 years ago when the iPhone 13 came out, I got it. So in 2.5 years, there's now been 3 new phones put out. 14, 15, and now 16. They're not even putting them out one a year, for Christ's sake. The prices of everything gets me today. It's just crazy how expensive everything is. Got a few groceries yesterday. It was $200 and only had 6 bags. Tennessee, $313 for groceries yesterday, 6 bags. 6 fucking bags, $313. We were looking at each other going, what the fuck did we buy? Right? 4 chicken breasts, right? 4 chicken breasts. 1.5 pounds of chicken. $16. Are you out of your fucking mind? $16. Fuck that. I'll start raising chickens. I'll do it myself at that price. Robert, we're out in Alberta. Out in Alberta. Always will, Wilbur. Love you. I love you too, Dean. You're fucking awesome, brother. Keep doing what you're doing. My son is looking at it at a different driving position. He's looking at Cisco as a shuttle driver. Wants to chat with Snowlow about it. He has concerns, though, about the current market. Cisco, we got to remember, if he's just shuttling bull, that's okay because it's hands off. But if he's a Cisco driver, dude, that's a lot. That's a lot of hand bombing. That guy, your boy's going to have a broken back inside of 3 years, man. If all he's doing is shuttling and shunting trailers from one terminal to another or one location to another, that's fine. But if he's actually going to work for Cisco and do the store deliveries and do all the restaurants and all the stuff that Cisco does, my God, that's like Martin Brower that does the McDonald's. You see those guys that back up to the back of the McDonald's? They hand bomb everything that comes off the back of those trailers. Cisco's the same way, man. Stop showing grass, man, and show your face. It's more beautiful than grass. You know what I mean, Mr. Blue. You know what? That's a good idea. Why don't we do that? There's nothing really out there to look at anymore. Let me just grab a mouthful of coffee here. Hold on. And we'll bring the camera in. Oh. We're going to jiggle for a second. Hope you don't mind. You like that crack in the windshield? Every car in Alberta has one. They don't even bother. The cops don't even bother you for it out here. The cops got them too. There we go. Go to the butcher. That's where I find the best deals for my meats. You know what? I'd like to say that's the same here. I used to do a good portion of my meat shopping and everything like that at the butcher. But even the butcher, who was a good guy and everything, even he, felt bad. He'd turn to you and go, "I'm sorry, man. Like the price of this has gone up to that." And it's like, oh. And the butcher I used to go to, believe it or not, they had the slaughterhouse. They had everything on site, like literally, like the cattle trucks, the pig pens, everything used to roll up to the back of the facility. And by the next day, whatever was on that truck is sitting on their shelf. That's how fresh it was. But even the butchers nowadays are turning to you going, "I'm sorry, but this is the best I can do on this price." Now you are Stephanie, you are getting a better cut of meat and you're getting a better quality of meat. But man, it's not easy. Hold on, we'll turn her around in just a sec. I just got to plug it in. Doing these lives just chews up batteries. Chews up the battery on this thing. Not like iPhone is famous or Apple's famous for their batteries. They're freaking horrible for their batteries. We have to buy our grocery bags here if we want to forget. Oh, so do we. If you want a plastic bag, it costs you a nickel. And now they've got they've got the bags that you can they're reusable. So you pay, I think, fucking, what was it, $1? I think Walmart's $1. I think Sobeys is like $1 something so. But then you can bring them back and reuse them again. But yeah, now you're the only thing. The Sobeys in town where I live, they still offer the brown. Remember that, TJ, the brown bags, the brown grocery bags back in the day. They still offer that, and they don't charge us for those. There we have, there we have it. Jesus, I know the feeling. Prices are going to have to go down. They're not going down anytime soon, brother. Let me tell you, Tennessee. They're not going down anytime soon. Not where I live. Or the country's going to fall apart. Well, there's a lot more than just food that's going to make the country fall apart, but I agree with you. My iPhone 12 Pro is first and only one so far I've ever had. Still fits on my knees and paid for at least. Yeah, well, you know what, Moto? The good thing is it's paid for. I do the same thing with my phones. I'm not paying for a phone over a fucking 2-year plan or something like that. I buy the phone, right? I sell my old phone, take that money and then roll it in and then buy the new phone. So that eats up part of the cost. For the 13, I think it was worth about 600 and something bucks. And I don't give it back over to TELUS. I don't give it to TELUS. I sell it like online. And then at least you got 600 bucks because the phone is $1,800, right? So then at least you've got 600 bucks worth headed towards your $1,800 phone. But I pay for the phone only because, you know what, man, I don't want to be stuck in a plan. If I'm not happy with my phone plan, I can leave and there's no penalty. There's no contract to break because I'm month to month because I own the phone. He's also looking at going back OTR company. Well, he's on the right path with that. At least if he's going OTR, he's going to be going company. I don't suggest anybody, if they're just starting or they're going out, going out as an owner-operator, as a new owner-operator these days is tough. Go out as a goddamn as a company driver for a couple years. How'd the crack happen? That's a stone chip, man. It started out as a stone chip. Because a lot of the back roads, like the highways here, like the Trans-Canada Highway runs right through the middle of my town. And all the streets in around the houses are obviously paved, right? I don't live in the Flintstones territory generation. But as soon as you get outside the town limits of where I live, most of the roads are gravel. And if you want to go somewhere, you're driving a gravel road at some point or another, and there's so many stone chips that get thrown. The cops don't even bother us anymore for stone chips because half the fucking cruisers got them too. I got stoned, exactly. Can I help you do your homework? No, man. Do your own homework. How are the potholes between your roads out there? On the main roads, not bad. On some of the smaller roads, Greg, we've got some potholes. Like this is a Kia Soul, so it's tiny, right? It's a small little it's like not much bigger than a Mini. And dude, the area where I live, coming out of like my house, there's a couple potholes that, dude, if I hit it with the front tire of this car, if it went into that pothole, I'd wreck the front suspension on this car. So we got some doozies. The iPhone has a great processor and fast response time. I've always had Androids in the past, and it would be nice if they could just blend the two and be done with it. Yeah, I could go for that. I had to make a decision, right? Because my girl uses Samsung, and she's got a really nice phone. And I could have got the exact same phone as her, and I would have been happy with it. But the problem is I've had an iPhone since iPhone 1, since the very first one, and that's all I've ever had, right? So I've only had iPhones, and so I know how they work. I know how they pretty much operate. I can go from an iPhone 13 to an iPhone 16, and there's only a couple of things that you got to relearn or things you got to change. But if you're going to go from iPhone to a Samsung, you got to learn a whole new system, and I just didn't want to bother. I thought we were sitting there looking at them, thinking about it, and da-da-da-da, and I just went, no, just give me the iPhone. Manitoba has the worst roads in Canada. Now, Quebec, man. The 20 going into Montreal and the 20 and 40 coming out of Montreal, between Montreal and Quebec City. Robin, you can lose a transport truck in some of those, man. It's literally you're duct taping the parts on your truck so they don't fall off. Here it's half-sized paper sacks that rip if you fart wrong. No, we still get the full-size paper sacks, like the brown paper sacks. I think it's kind of cool. I use them, right? I'm not paying for recycled bags, and I'm not paying for plastic bags. Yeah, either no plastic bags allowed anymore, or if they are, you have to pay. But everything we buy comes in plastic. Makes sense, eh? Yeah. You look in that recycle bag at all the shit in there that's plastic. It's ridiculous. We paid off our phones last month. The bill went down $50. Yeah, big fucking deal, eh? You know what, Bull? You're better off to buy the phone. In the long term, when you go on that plan or you do the thing and you pay it off over time, and you've paid that phone off probably 1.5 times. It's just easier to buy the phone. Yeah, it's a bigger financial hit at the beginning, but over time, it's like anything, right? Like your credit card. Pay the credit card at the end of the month. Right? Makes sense. You don't want to pay for those jeans you bought. If you paid $50 and you carry a balance on your credit card, by the time you get them paid for, you've paid $90 for your jeans. You're so right, Will Burner. I forgot about how bad gravel roads are when they used to live in Minnesota and grew up there. Every farm truck had busted windshields, mostly out here, dude. Let me tell you, Moto, you come out here. First thing you're gonna notice is every fucking car has a busted windshield, has a cracked windshield. Everyone. The crack's been in this windshield for how long? I don't know. And it's not gonna, unless the crack like splinters and shatters or something, then obviously. But for a crack in the windshield like that, not changing it. Why? It's going to be a matter of probably days before there's another one. And there's stone chips all over this windshield. There's not just that one big one and a crack. There's a stone chip up here. There's a stone chip over here. Like, it's ridiculous. He was killing it at Arthur a few years ago. Then coach came in and Arthur changed everything contract-wise. I saw that. I kept my mouth shut until the very end. And then I had a few unspiritual things to say to coach. And I don't even call him coach, just call him Jason, because I don't call him coach. There's no coach. But Jason, I had words with Jason. I called him out on a couple of his lives that he was doing, and I think it was with Arthur. He did a live, and he had like the recruiter, the CEO, or like the vice president of this woman was on, and they were selling this package, and they were trying to make it all pretty, and he was spewing these numbers, right? You're going to make this amount to do this and this and this, and the fuel surcharge at this percent and all that. And I'm sitting in my truck watching this, and okay, man, I brought out the paper, the calculator, and a pencil, and I started doing the math. And then I was back in his chat, and I'm going, you're full of shit. This doesn't equal this. You're not going to make that. You're not. And then he banned me. He blocked me. And it wasn't until him and Stu went out on the road that he opened up again. But that was only because of Stu. I'm pretty good terms with Stuart. I noticed people love their gravel. I used to go camping at this beautiful spot, all grass, dirt. Now they filled the spots in with gravel. Who wants to camp on a gravel site? Exactly. Exactly. Gravel's cheap. It's easy to grade, and when it starts to like degrade, they just dump more on. Right? You can't do that with asphalt. You can, but they won't. I love my Galaxy. Well, yeah, a lot of people love their Galaxy, and I do like it. Believe me, I don't know what the model number is or what the model is on her phone, but it's the one, when she holds it like this, it's a phone like this, and you can see the screen and all that. But then she can open it like a book, and it's the size of a small iPad, and the screen is absolutely phenomenal. The view and the camera on it is excellent. Like you can watch a movie on it and all that kind of stuff. I don't know whatever model that is. But again, I shied away from it because I wanted to stay away from having to learn a whole new operating system. So I stuck with the iPhone, man. It's what I know. There's a lot of deaths on those Quebec roads. So true. I remember driving them and seeing memorials everywhere for people who had crashed. Dude, you see that on the Canadian highways. You see it out here in the western provinces, the odd place. We've had some horrendous wrecks out here, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, the roads are so bad between, like, let's just say between Quebec, parts of Ontario, but Quebec and New Brunswick. When you go out of Quebec into New Brunswick, it's almost like the same thing. The roads just, they're horrible. They're absolutely horrible. I went to Africa and changed my name. Is that what you have to do? Is that what you have to do? You got to go to Africa to change your name? I've never done that. My name is the only thing I've got that's mine. It's the only true thing I've got that belongs to me, that's mine. Everything else belongs to something or somebody else. Stephen Lee, Calgary, hello again. How you doing from Strathmore? Where's your accent from? I don't know. Is it Midwest? Sweater weather? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just Canadian. I was born and raised in Ontario, and now I live out west in Alberta. So if you think I've got some kind of accent or a twang or something like that, couldn't tell you. It's just how I talk. And everybody around me talks the same, so how would I know? I don't know that there's a different twang or a different accent until I go somewhere else. Like, I go down to the southern U.S., and, you go to Texas, you get one kind of southern drawl. You go to Georgia, you get another type of southern drawl. You go to Louisiana, you get the French accent with the southern drawl. You go Alabama, every state down there, they have a southern drawl, but they all have a little bit of a twit, a twit to them. They're all a little different. You can almost tell where somebody's from. The same in England. Those guys over in England, one limey will be talking to another limey, and they know where they're from by their accent. To me, both accents sound the same, but to English people, they pick it off. A guy from Georgia talking to a guy in Alabama, the guy in Georgia knows that the guy is from Alabama just by the twang he's got. And Texas, well, you can pick off a Texas accent from anywhere. It's a personal preference, right? Tennessee. Right now for me, it's a personal preference. I personally prefer to stay with the iPhone. Although I watch her fuck with her phone. And I'm like, how'd you do that? What's like, and does my phone do that? It's impressive what Samsung has. Oh, I needed that one. I really did. Had my reasons for my madness this go around when I changed cell phone carriers. Well, I did as well. I did when I got out to Alberta. I went from Rogers to TELUS. The plans are much better. They're significantly cheaper. You get a better deal on it. You get better service from what I've found so far. And like I said, it's just all well-rounded. It's just a better plan. And when I did that, I cashed in my other phone, sold my other phone, and got this one. Hello, what crack? What happening? Rin, good to see you, man. No bad. Hey, bro, what's going on? Tennessee, I think you should stick to Galaxy. Good job. Hey, you know what? Maybe I will too one day. Have a good wheel burner. Got to go take care of something. Tennessee, my pleasure to have you here, man. Thank you very much for being here. And we will see you tomorrow morning. Are you from Alabama? No, man. I'm not even in the United States. I'm from Canada. I'm out in Alberta, Canada. The U.S. border state that borders with my province, so Alberta is up here, and the U.S. state here, like where the U.S. border is, I border with Montana. If I go 3 hours that way, I'll be in Montana. Ella, good to see you. Hello. Thank you for being here. Later, Tennessee. Speaking of Coach, what are your views on what happened to Don Cherry? Greg, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know. I honestly don't know. If something happened to him, I don't have a clue. I will go look it up when I'm done here. I don't have a goddamn clue. I do know that the Leafs got their asses handed to them last night. What was it? A 6-1 final? 6-1 final. Holy Florida fuckballs. What happened? The fucking Leafs fall asleep or something? And it was what was it? Nothing into the second. And then they scored 3 and it was 3-0. Then it was 6. Fucking the final was 6-1. Holy shit, man. So now I think we're down to what? For Canadian teams, we're down to what? What? Edmonton and Winnipeg? Edmonton and Winnipeg, I think. I don't know if Winnipeg got the not disqualified, got finalized out. I don't know. Yo, sup, old geese? Just me? Hey, you call them like you see them, eh? Who's Don Cherry, Greg? Oh, Don Cherry is a Canadian icon. He was a broadcaster. He coached the Boston Bruins for fucking years. He won Stanley Cups. TJ, go Google Don Cherry. Go Google Don Cherry. You'll know who he is. Trust me. Queen of Hustling. Love your name. Love your name. Great name, man. What's this channel about? It can be about anything you want. If you've got something you want to talk about, spill it. You got something you want to say it. You want to sit around and just talk shit? Do it. That's what we're doing here. Hello, QWERTY. Fuck again, nice name. Hello from Northern India. Well, man, thank you for being here. Thank you so much for being here. I just subbed, Matthew. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Guys, do me a favor, stroke that like button for me as well. I won't ask you to sub. I don't. But you know what? If you could hit the like button, I'd appreciate that. I do appreciate the subs. Thank you very much. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Chicken Hawk has not... I haven't seen the name. Is Chicken Hawk here? But he's here somewhere because people are vanishing. The sheriff... the new sheriff is in town, boys. Chicken Hawk's... If Chicken Hawk's here... Nicholas was timed out by Chicken Hawk for 600 seconds. Nicholas, have a nice day. Greetings from Pakistan, man. Lost soldier, thanks for coming in from Pakistan. Appreciate that, man. You are a long way from me. Alex, good to see you. Says hi. Thanks for being here, man. No bad. Nice, bro. Good country. That's not bad. Canada is a great country to visit. I wouldn't suggest you fucking live here. But if you can come up and visit for a while and see our country, it's absolutely gorgeous. You're welcome. I'm glad to be here. I'm feeling a little under the weather. I'm on a new medication, so I feel kind of blah right now. New medication sucks. Ella, let me tell you, it does. Switching from one to the other, I've had to do it a couple of times with cholesterol meds that I'm forced to take. And with certain blood thinners, I take a blood thinner as well because I have to take, but they've had to tweak it. And every time it's a new one, it's like, oh, you know, it's that first 5 days of getting through that new, it sucks balls. Can you do a shout out for my cousin's YouTube channel? VCR Vault? There you go. How old are you? Man, I'm 55. I'm 55, looking 75, feeling 45. How's that? You want people to stroke your like button? Dude, how that button gets pushed, I don't care. Push it, stroke it, caress it, fucking jerk off on it. Just clean it up when you're done. I don't care. Hit the like button. Crazy Monkey, I'll donate 2 million, 2 billion? I don't fucking know. I tell you what, you donate it first, and then I'll start jumping through hoops. RH is back with the 51st state, not happening. Have you been to my country in Liam? No, I've not been over to Great Britain or the UK. I have not. I am, at some point or another, I will be forced. I am being forced against my will to go over only because Crag, Rat, and Ginger are getting married. So I'm being forced against my will to go to England, or to go to the UK. So I will be going at some point, but I have never been there. Never been there. A young 55. There's Ginger. Thank you, Susie. Thank you, sweetheart. I'm back. Just been giving directions to a driver. Yeah, make sure he gets lost. RH, oh, come on, do better. Try harder. I shouldn't be awake. It's 1:30 a.m. No, at 1:30 in the morning, I'm usually ass down in bed, man. Sound asleep. This guy is a future American citizen. That is hilarious. Hilarious. No, not going to happen. It would be very good for you as an American, or be very good for your economy and very good for your country if it did happen. But no, it wouldn't happen. It's not going to happen. I guarantee it. Here we go. Ready? We're going to light it, and we're going to get the "you shouldn't be smoking." Here it comes. Pakesh, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate that, man. Good to see you. Abby Kadabi, fucking nice name. Damn it, Abby. That one's you got the name of the day. We've had some good ones, but I like that. Abby Kadabi. Damn. You got it. There's the name of the day. More chance of being communist Chinese Canada than U.S. Exactly. Bull. Yeah. Yeah. And if by chance in a million years you're going to amalgamate Canada and take us over, do it sooner than later, please. But it's not going to happen. Does anyone know a remedy for upset stomach? Like I said, I was on new medicine and I want something to help settle my stomach. I've been done tons and Pepto-Bismol, nothing so far. I don't take any of that. I had a bit of an upset tummy yesterday. Not yesterday, Saturday. Whatever. You know what works for me? Ginger ale. Ginger ale. I don't know what it is, right? I don't know what it is in ginger ale. Probably the ginger. If you're drinking Canada Dry ginger ale, the best Canada Dry. Write that down. Write that down, Ella. Canada Dry. Canada Dry ginger ale. That works really well, but you don't gallon it, right? Don't chug it. Just sip it. Take about an hour and just sip a ginger ale, and it works wonders. It works for me every single time with an upset tummy. Love the beard. Thanks, man. Just got her all groomed up. Went to a men's salon. First time in my entire life. I'd ever been to a men's salon. I actually went to a men's salon and got the whole package done. The hot cloth. They do the eyebrows, the ears, they shave the head, they do the cut on the beard and do the cut here. Holy fuckballs, man. Well, I don't know why I didn't go. And I wasn't going to go. My girl forced me to go. She was like, "You're going and you're going to fucking..." She was right. I felt like, I don't know why I haven't been doing this for the last fucking 30 years. I don't know. What are we discussing here? Muhammad, I tell you what, you come up with a topic and we'll discuss it. Anything you want to talk about. What's it like in snow in America? Well, we have snow in America, or they have snow in America. I'm in Canada, so I have more snow in Canada than they have in America. And what's it like? Well, usually it's cold. You have a lot of fun with snowball fights. You can make snowmen. You can do snow angels. You build really cool snow forts. You can make igloos. Like everybody in the southern U.S. thinks that I live in a fucking igloo. And the answer to that is no. I only live in the igloo from December to February. Like, come on now. Snow is snow. It's a part of life. It's a part of life here in Canada. We live with it. We have no choice. Same in the U.S. All the northern states, they get snow just like we do. It's all the same thing. You live with it. You know, it's on the ground for three months of the year, 3.5 months of the year. You got snow. You live with it. You deal with it. You drive through it. You shovel it. You complain, bitch, and moan about it. But other than that, nothing you can do. Sent the guy to a good pub to park for the night. Atta boy. Lisa! Rita from Saturday says, hey, Cheesy Pop. There we go. We're back with the cheesy. Chasing Ghost. Oh, damn good to see you. What's up? I'm at Arkema waiting on sample so I can blow off PTZ. I'm not even going to say that word. Phenothiazine. Did I get it? Tara, I got no fucking teeth. Why would you put a word like that on the screen? Jesus, age. It's powder. I have a pneumatic today. I love the fact, I love the fact that there's a woman out there doing this job, and she's doing it as good, if not better, than the men. Good on you, Ghost. Good on you. Here we go. KP's at it again. Old man yearns to cross the foam to see his daughter in her home, but her girl quaked with dread for beasts down under want me dead. She'd stay where sheep graze than face fierce the fangs in Aussie bays. Now, believe it or not, KP, she's going to go. She's all good. She's going to go. Stephanie, he's here. I saw him. He's already deleted some people. I know he's in here. I love Canada Dry. It's the best ginger ale in the world. And if you can get the raspberry, I think I sent a picture of it. I had some a can of raspberry ginger ale, Canada Dry raspberry ginger ale. I sent a picture of it over to Crag Rat there. It's really good too. I love Canada Dry. Thanks for the diabetes. Some guy 1123. If I gave you diabetes, you're welcome. Canada. Hey, Wheel Burner. Hey, Chrissy. How are you? Good to see you. Canada. There was a funny joke that how did Canada get its name? It was from the native Indians, and back in the day, the Europeans that came over, they only allowed the Indians to have 1 can of beer a day, so they had 1 can a day. There's your history lesson. And yes, it's bullshit, because obviously they didn't have cans back in those days. Carbonation, baby. Well, the carbonation helps. My mom used to give us ginger ale, but she'd give it flat, right? She'd give you flat pop. She'd do carbonation. She'd shake the fucking can until the top was ready to blow off, and then she'd sit there and let it go flat. And that's what she'd give you for an upset stomach. But no, I've always found that just Canada Dry ginger ale with the carbonation, if you just sip it, does really well. You'll swap a 2-gallon of raspberry ginger ale for 2 gallon of Iron Brew. We'll send you the brew. Dude, I'm waiting. Mr. Maluz, what the fuck? Mr. Maluzadil? Nice name. Harriet. Cold and smell like weed. I'm assuming you're talking about yourself. I don't smell like weed. How about we discuss a topic on your nice beard? We just did. I told you all about it. And anything that sits on this beard, we're not going to talk about. At least the weed will grow you up. Will warm you up. I'm not cold, dude. What do I need? What do I need to warm up for? Is Tim Hortons any good? Statutory grape. Depends on where you're from and what kind of coffee you drink. If you're from the U.S., Tim Hortons would be like the equivalent in the U.S. is Dunkin' Donuts. And yes, the Tim Hortons coffee is better than the Dunkin' Donuts coffee, but it's a pretty generic coffee, right? It's a pretty generic coffee. It's big and popular here because the Tim Hortons are all over the place and they all got drive-thrus. So it's a matter of convenience. It's easier. I myself, most days, I make my own at home. We have better coffee I can make better coffee at home than Tim Hortons has. But in a pinch, do I go to Timmy's? Absolutely. I'll get a Tim Hortons double. Tim Hortons is just coffee. Like I said, nothing fantastic about it. If you live in Europe, I guarantee you guys are drinking way better coffee over there than we're drinking over here with Timmy's. Way better coffee. Or if you're from the Caribbean, you're drinking much better coffee than we are. I can guarantee you that. I've never been to Europe to drink the coffee, but I've drank coffee that came from Europe. I've had it sent to me, and it's 10 times better than anything Tim Hortons puts out. Same with, you get Cuban coffee, Colombian coffee, any of the islands, Dominican coffee. It's excellent coffee compared to the shit we're drinking here. And Tim Hortons goes, oh, well, we get our coffee beans are grown in Colombia. Yeah, maybe they're grown there, but they're processing that they go through to get here. And once they're here, no thanks. Tim Hortons coffee is made by Mother Parkers. So is McDonald's, by the way, just in case you're wondering. T21, damn it, Sean. Good to see you, man. How's PA treating you? I got overcast and shit over here today. Hopefully you got sunshine and happiness. Happy Monday. Peace out, gaming. Thank you. It's Victoria Day here in Canada, so the whole country is pretty much shut down. Nobody got hung over from Friday, Saturday night because Monday was a holiday, so they kept drinking. Yeah, everybody's hung over this morning. Exactly, Canada. That's how you. Hey, Canada, eh? Canada. Where you from? Canada. It's the same thing, Greg. You can tell somebody from Toronto, right? Because out here in Alberta, they'll say, "Where are you from? Are you from Toronto?" But they'll say, "Toronto." You're from Toronto. No, I'm not. I'm from Toronto. The T is silent. Toronto. You know, everywhere else in the country, Toronto. No, man, I'm from Toronto. Or actually, I'm from Toronto. I was born and raised in Toronto. Excuse me, Jin Woo. Hi, how are you? I just stopped smoking cigs after 30 years over Christmas, man. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. It's not an easy habit to kick. I will be kicking it shortly. There's an end to my means of why I smoke cigarettes, and I'm not really gonna fucking go into a whole big elaborate story, but I will be shutting this shit show down with the smoking very shortly. But there's an end to the means of why I'm doing it. But I smoked in my early teens, all through my teens, and then I started smoking cigars in my 20s, and I've always smoked cigars. I quit smoking cigarettes, would have been probably late 30s, early 40s, and then, but I've always maintained the cigar smoking, and I smoke a pipe as well. And I don't smoke a pipe here, because when you smoke a pipe, it has to be relit so many times. It's not like a cigarette or a cigar where you can let it burn and puff on it. A pipe is just a pain in the ass to keep lit, so I don't do that here. But and then it's only been recently I've started smoking cigarettes again, but that's on its way out too as well. Did I see what Susie did to your beard? Dude, I saw the picture. You saw what I said to you. Oh my God, man, she scalped you. You got scalped from the neck up. I've never seen somebody so fucking bald. Did you even have it? Did she do the eyebrows too? Dude, I didn't see any fucking eyebrows on there. You look like a big penis with ears. I couldn't help myself. Good job, by the way, Susie. Melix, I live in Austria. Austria. I think you're the first one today, or first one in a while from Austria. Melix, thanks for popping in from Austria. Tim Hortons is joined with Burger King and Popeyes. Well, Burger King bought. I don't think they joined. I don't think they really had a choice. I think Burger King bought Tim Hortons, Jonathan. And I don't think it's really made a difference. The only difference I've noticed, because Burger King bought them a few years ago, the only thing I've noticed now is Tim Hortons is getting out of its lane. It's no longer just a coffee shop. It's more of a restaurant. I think that Tim Hortons should go back to, coffee, donuts, the odd sandwich, Timbits, do what got you there. Now it's, you can go into Tim Hortons now and get pizza, flatbread, every type of sandwich known to man. Fucking, you can't, I don't think you can buy a burger, but, you can get fucking anything. Anything. They really got out of their lane. They really did. McDonald's have Tim Hortons old suppliers. Well, over here, the coffee, I'm only talking about the coffee, okay? Mother Parkers makes the coffee. And in Mississauga, down at Dundas and Cawthra, is the big Mother Parkers plant. And it's a massive fucking plant down there in Mississauga. And Mother Parkers makes McDonald's coffee on one side of the building. And on the other side of the building, they do Tim Hortons coffee. And that's, you can smell it for, I don't know, like 10 miles away. And it's funny because you go into the driver's lounge. I've been in and out of there 1,000 times. if you go into the driver's lounge, you go upstairs and they got free coffee, right? There's coffee pots going like across the table and there's free coffee. And you can choose McDonald's or Tim Hortons, right? So it's all made by, it's all made by now, it's all made by Mother Parkers. Or at least it's processed by Mother Parkers. Tim Hortons has their own distinct bean, I guess you want to call it that. And McDonald's has their own distinct bean, but they both get shipped in by Mother Parkers to the Mother Parkers plant and they get processed and they go out. One goes out in a Timmy's bag of coffee and one goes out in a McDonald's bag of coffee. You Canadian, I assume? That's a pretty good assumption. Yeah, I'm a Canadian. I was going to say a coffee drinking Canadian, but yeah, I'm a Canadian. USA, I drink Folgers coffee or McDonald's coffee. Identity, yeah. If I had to choose, like if there was a McDonald's right here and a Tim Hortons right here, I'd go get the McDonald's coffee. That's just a personal choice. So Tim Hortons is like Dunkin' Donuts coffee. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. It's the same thing. They've all got drive-thrus. They've all got, blah, blah, blah. It's the same thing. Ever try East Indian tea with ginger? No. Greg, I've never tried East Indian tea. I've tried a couple of teas out of Africa. I've tried, I think, just about every tea known to man out of the UK. But no, I can't say. I can't say that I've tried Indian tea with ginger. When I drink my tea, I don't put anything in it. Right? I drink, like once in a while, I'll make a cup of tea at home. I drink it black. Right? I drink it black. I hate McDonald's coffee and I hate McDonald's employees. I can't say that, I can't say that one's better than the other. But you got to realize if you're going to McDonald's, you're getting what you pay for. Right? You're probably being served by, an 18 to 25-year-old kid making minimum fucking wage is absolutely miserable and unhappy in their life. That's what you're getting, right? So don't be surprised. HEB Texas Pecan Coffee. If I can get that Folgers Black Silk in a percolator makes the best. Exactly. I don't drink. Ghost, agree. Now, I've never had the Texas Pecan Coffee. But like we've got a percolator at home. I very rarely do Keurig. We got the Keurig as well. We got the Ninja coffee maker. You should see this thing. You can launch the space shuttle with this fucking thing, Ghost. It's incredible. But it's got a really good percolating system on it. And we found a coffee up here in Canada, and it's a really, really good blend of coffee. It's got a really good flavor. It's full. It's not overly bold, but it's got a nice little. You're not drinking McDonald's or Timmy's or anything like that or Dunkin'. It's really good coffee. So we just make our own. I stay away from the Keurig. I use it in a pinch, but I don't drink a lot of it. We make our own, and it's cheaper. Let's face it. I can make a pot of coffee for 25 cents. Right? I can make an entire pot of coffee, a 12 cup or whatever that thing holds, for 25 cents. I go to Tim Hortons and buy an extra large double. It's $2.75. The Bestie Club says, hi, what's going on? Tony Mahone, I'm from Ireland, man. Good to see you from Ireland. Got a couple Brits in here. Keep your eye out, Tony. They're sneaky little bastards. Or maybe I should be warning the Brits. Look out! We got an Irishman walking around. They're sneaky little bastards too. Cigarettes aren't for the weak. $2 a pack up here. Portly Patriot. Where the hell are you? $2 a pack for cigarettes, dude. That's damn good. I like Canada's paper money and really look forward to visiting this summer. I have a big kick-ass Canadian halfpenny collection dating back to 1837. Jonathan Johnson, one day that collection's going to put your kids through university. Hang on to that. Absolutely hang on to that. Our money is a joke up here. Actually, our colored money. We don't even have paper money. Dude, here. Where the hell is it? Here. Believe it or not. Okay, here. This is a Canadian $10 bill. Okay, I don't even know who that woman is. Viola Desmond, okay? I was joking because, believe it or not, my dog out for a walk yesterday and I found this on the ground. It's not even paper. It's like a vinyl. You can't rip it. You can't rip it. It rained all day yesterday and the paper money or the plastic money or the vinyl money or whatever the fuck this is, it's perfectly fine. This thing, you can take this and run it through the washing machine and it'll come out looking just like that. It's not even fucking paper. And they changed it all around. I don't know. We had to Google who Viola Desmond was. I don't know who any of them are. But that's a Canadian $10 bill. That's it, baby. A Canadian $10 bill. To you guys, I think it's worth what? $7.50 or $7.25. But all of our money is like that. We don't have dollar bills anymore. We got coins. We got a dollar coin. It's a loonie. We have a $2 coin. We don't have $2 bills anymore. So we have a $5 bill. We have a $10 bill. We've got a 20, a 50, 100, 1,000. You know, blah 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 blah. Just like you guys do down there. But yours is still paper. Ours are plastic. I guess it's good and bad. Like I said, you can't rip that in half. You have to cut it with a pair of scissors. It's fire resistant. It's waterproof. So that bill is probably going to last 25 years, whereas a regular paper $10 bill is going to last, what, a couple of years? I went to the Crater Rally last weekend. It's 21 plus for a reason. Really cool place on the water, Lake Somerville. Biker oriented, not corporate, like the music. That would be a good time. Anytime you can get to a rally or something like that and it doesn't have corporate backing and you don't have 1,000 fucking stands all backed by corporations and pushing their shit, that's the way to do it. My girlfriend has a 1837 Canadian penny. Well, fuck, man. Don't wash it. Don't restore it. Don't do a goddamn thing to it. Put it in, first of all, put it in a plastic case, go get it appraised and graded, and then hang on to it for the rest of your life. When your girlfriend's ready to, you guys got kids or whatever like that, and you're ready to send your kids to university, that penny will pay for it. That, in Canada, doesn't have pennies anymore. They got rid of the pennies. Bailey says, hi, statutory. Is there any benefits from nicotine? I guess there's a rush. You do get a rush. You get that dopamine. You get it tricks your body. It fucks with you. Dune is far behind in chat as an internet explorer. There we go. Okay, let's just check this out. Let's move along. My old friend worked at Mother Parker's. Okay. Howdy from North Carolina. Mr. Bees, damn good to see you. What's your reason for streaming? Because I can. Because I can. And I got the time. Corey Gentures in Ontario, you were going to say that, brother. Oh, there we go. What did Corey say? I'm back now, and I am ordered Instacart to get some ginger ale and some ginger snaps. There you go. There you go. Local boomer screams at children. Are you a child? Seath, are you a child? Stephanie Chicken Hawk was looking for you. You guys gotta work this out, man. Firehouse subs are now in Canada. I've not tried them. Portly Patriot, I've not tried them. I'm not a big sub eater. Too much bread. Too much bread. Walmart dark roast is good. Blah blah. I've never tried it. I've never tried it. Up in Canada we have like Loblaws, right? And then Loblaws has their knockoff of No Frills, but they have a line of food. It's called President's Choice, and it's premium shit. So the coffee I got is a President's Choice. Coffee and Bailey's. There you go. Now you're talking. I make better coffee than Timmy's, Starbucks, and McDick's. You know what, Corey? So do I. And like I said, I can make a whole pot of coffee for 25 cents. Ontario Reservation sells a bag of cigarettes for $15. Yeah, but Portly, you know what? Years ago, I used to do that until the guy I was buying them from off the reserve, he just openly said, what you're getting in those bags is what the shit they're sweeping up off the floor. That's what you're getting in those bags. They filter it out so you're not getting, obviously, shoe crud and crap. But, yeah, you are basically getting the bottom of the barrel for fucking cigarettes if you're buying them out of those bags. I like Bailey's and coffee. Stephanie, I'm sure you do. Monopoly money here in Canada. Yeah, Corey, it looks like it, eh? No tax on reservations. Well, I swear, but my smokes originate from a reservation. I just don't get them from the reservation. Let's just say that, right? Let's just say that. Blah blah's from Winnipeg, Manitoba. I don't know whether to feel sorry for you or to be glad you're here, man. Good to see you, though. Cigarettes are only $2 a pack in Texas, too, but there's a $6 tax added to it. Well, yeah, the majority of the tax, like a regular king-size pack, a 25-pack of cigarettes in Canada, or not in Canada, I'm going to say specifically where I live. If I was to go to the gas station and buy a 25-pack of king-size cigarettes, it's $24.95. $24.95 for a pack of fucking cigarettes, right? I buy an entire carton for less than double. If I doubled that up for 20, I pay for an entire carton of cigarettes, I pay $40. Brampton, nice town. Depends. It's like cellophane. What are you talking about? The money? Pretty much. That Canadian money in store coupons here in the US, that's pretty much what it's worth. It's pretty much what it's worth, man. It really is. My father kissed the Blarney Stone and didn't want anyone to know he was British. Uh-oh. Keep that secret. Stephanie sounds like she's getting desperate. She's calling out. Do you remember me, by the way, at Canada's economy about to collapse? Love is forever. By the way, Canada's economy is about to collapse. I don't know where you live, but it's not about to. It's already started. Okay, it's already started. No colonialism anymore. In fact, try that out and see how that works. The United States currency notes, what the fuck was that? Currency notes are made of 25% linen and 75% cotton. No shit, eh? Didn't know that. And a bit of ink. Canada 51. Oh, there we go. That's got to be about the 200th time we've heard that today. Nicotine keeps testosterone high, scientifically proven. Oh, fuck, I better light another one then, Bull. What are you doing, TJ? You better light one up. Matter of fact, I'm going to light up two, one for each hand. And I think I'll probably get a stogie lit up too. Too much living cost in Canada. Mahidi, I agree. The cost of living in Canada has grown so exponentially that the wages just can't keep up. I can't stand Canada anymore. I don't recognize it anymore. Conrad, I'm at that point in my life as well. And the only options I have at this point in my life, being 55 years old, is to just move to, I moved from Ontario, grew up and raised in Ontario, and I moved out to Alberta. It is the closest I could get to being back where I want to be in a comfortable place as for economy and people and just population in general. But yeah, I look around and I'm going, I don't recognize this anymore. Canada is cheap. It's where in Canada you live. Mile, I can agree with that. You living in Toronto or the GTA area, it's unaffordable. It's unaffordable. Even you get into any of the major cities, it's unaffordable. Now, if you want to go live up in Northern Ontario out in the sticks, yeah, you can still buy a house for $200,000 up there on a couple acres of property. But what are you going to get, right? And where are you going to be living? But if you want to live in the GTA, or say you want to live in Toronto, Kingston, Hamilton, Ottawa, Montreal, Quebec City, anywhere in the major metropolitans, you can't afford to live there. Or if you can, good on you. President's Choice has gone downhill, man, from Superstore. You know what? I don't know, because there's a couple of President's Choice products I really like. I love their Stampede barbecue sauce. The beer and Chipotle's barbecue sauce from President's Choice is second to none. It's really good. And I enjoy their coffee. Like, I love President's Choice coffee. This blend, this one particular blend they've got. They got a bunch, but there's one particular blend they've got. It is really fucking good. Really good. Penelope says, Grandpa, I miss you. Well, Penelope, I don't have, I know you're not, I've only got one granddaughter, and you ain't it. Old man, you're funny. You know what, Mahidi, I'll take that. Thank you. Just smoke real cigarettes? Okay. What do you consider a real cigarette? 20 is that, Liam? 20 pounds for 20 cigarettes. Don't know what that is in dollars. Well, I think the pound is pretty close on par with the U.S. So I think right now a U.S. dollar in Canada is worth, I think, $1.48 or $1.49. So do the conversion on that, right? Do the conversion on that. So 20 pounds for cigarettes. That's a lot of fucking money. You're over $30 for a pack. That's ridiculous. Do I know the Italian mafia? Not personally. I've known some people that were affiliated with it, but you know, do I know the mafia? No. Menno, I'm interesting to listen to. Well, that's good. You know, if you're getting free entertainment out of it, take it. Went to the Subway, got a 6-inch sub. It was 2 slices of meat, a slice of cheese, and it was $14 with a drink. I walked out. Bro, I hear you. $5 a pack, $40 a carton. That's what I'm paying right now, right? That's what I pay for a carton of cigarettes. London, Ontario, please go on Portly Patriot. Who's in London? I've been in London, believe me. Seven's Ghost. I've spent more time. I've partied more in fucking London when I was younger than I probably want to admit. I don't think I've ever been arrested in London, but if I'd have kept going, it would have just been a matter of time. London, back when I was partying, back in the late 80s, early 90s, London was a fantastic university town, right? Because they had Fanshawe College was there. What's the major university in London? It was a fantastic college town, so all of us out-of-towners used to go into London to party. A pack of smokes where I am in Canada is $25. It's the same everywhere. Will it melt, Greg? I'm not about to light it on fire, right? But I was told that it was fire resistant. Now, it doesn't mean it's fireproof. I'm sure it'll eventually melt if you hold a hot enough torch to it, but Star Marine, I don't have a clue which one was $2. I don't have a clue. They didn't say. Indian International Province, Canada. That's actually Brampton. The city of Brampton is the Indian International City Province. $5 Canadian pack is cheap from the res. Yeah, it is. I don't smoke, but no people go to the res. Well, I don't go to the res to get them, but they come off the res and I get them. Why can't you just strive to quit? Oh, Smooshy, I'll be quitting. One day you're going to look up here, Smooshy, if you ever come back and you won't see me smoking, so. Diddy will be smashing rocks in Alcatraz to help rebuild. The dude is done. Oh, he's cooked. I hope he gets everything that's coming to him. Just setting off driving, but I'll be listening. Tyke, appreciate that, man. I'm so fucking jealous of that guy. I am so jealous of Tyke. TJ, I don't know if you've been watching what Tyke Trucking's been doing over there. He's been putting up some shorts and some quick short videos and shit of what he's driving and what he's trucking over there. You'd look at you're going to be like me, Bull. You're going to fucking take a look at that and you're going to be so jealous. I'm so jealous. There you go. That one's free. Good morning, David Bigler. Good to see you. Tolga, I may be coming to Istanbul in October with the Robbie Williams tour. There you go. That tells you what he's doing right there, Bull. Park liberals, conservatives forever. Blah, blah. That's a topic for a whole nother life, let me tell you. I am naturally blessed with my testosterone. There you go. That's Bull of the Woods' way of saying that in his elderly, not elderly, in his middle age, his dick will still get hard if the wind blows in from the west. That's his polite way of saying that. Cost of living in the UK is ridiculous too. I understand. Tyke is from the UK. Crag Rat's from the UK. You know, I know what I talk to Crag Rat almost every day at some point or another, and yeah, the cost of living over there is absolutely off the hook stupid. The state of West Ontario, yeah, it could be. It could be. Dewana Mastana. I don't have a clue what that means. Where in Alberta, man? I'm just outside of Strathmore, about 45 miles east of Calgary. In Ontario, is Ontario immigrants? It's not all immigrants. No, there's the highest population of immigrants because it's the highest populated state in the whole country. But there probably, I would say, between that and British Columbia, like Vancouver and Victoria, I would say that yeah, it's probably the highest state or province for immigration, for immigrants. Hello, everybody. How's it going? I'm Brazilian. Productive, Dade, and Cristo. Nice. I'm Brazilian. Well, man, welcome in from Brazil. BH, I'm from Alberta, living in BC, but I'm headed back to Alberta ASAP. It's Canada's last hope. Well, BH, here's the thought, okay? I'm not saying Alberta's going to separate or become sovereign. I'm not saying that's going to happen. But if it does, you want to be here when it happens. You don't want to be trying to get in after the fact. So just put that in the back of your head, BH. If you're from here and you were born and raised here, I would suggest that maybe you fucking get your ass back here. Are you happy with the new prime minister? No, the new prime minister was just another face for the old prime minister. Same policy, same party, surrounded himself with all the same people, all the same crooks and criminals that drove this country's dick into the dirt are still there. They just got retitled, right? The cabinet just got reshuffled, but all the same ass cracks and ass hats and twat waffles and cocksuckers and motherfuckers and shit for brains, they're all still there. Every one of them. Every single one of them. Really good coffee I can enjoy just plain, and I have favorites, but a good coffee I will drink just black. I can't. I've tried it. I have absolutely tried. I've tried drinking black coffee, and I just can't do it, Steph. I got to put something in it. I will like, for example, when I go to Cuba, Cuban coffee to me is really, really good. So I only need to put a little teeny bit of sugar in it and a little bit of cream. I don't add a whole lot to it because I enjoy the coffee, but I still can't drink it black. Up here, I have to put 2 sugar and 2 cream in my coffee. I can't do the black coffee thing. I got a couple of friends of mine and they drink it black. I got a buddy of mine, Jeremy. He drinks coffee black, and the older and nastier it is, the more he likes it. And here's a true story. Him and I were running loads down to Texas, okay? So we'd be coming out of Ottawa, running down to Texas, and we have to go through Missouri. And there's a little shit ball gas station in Missouri, not a truck stop, but a gas station where we could stop and get fuel, and it was really cheap. So we would come out, fuel in Ontario, go to Missouri, top our tanks, then get down to Texas. Well, the little shithouse gas station had those old coffee makers. Do you remember that? Anybody remember? And it had the Melita thing and the glass and the plastic handle, right? And if you left it on the coffee, on the burner long enough, eventually they all had that burnt thing on the bottom. Well, Jeremy, we stopped in Missouri, and the coffee pot was full. And it was disgusting. And he fills this fucking Flying J mug with it, and off we go. We're gone. We get down to Texas, off, do 3 drops down through Texas, get over to the port in Houston. We get reloaded out of the port. We come back up, stop in Missouri, fuel our trucks to go back to Ontario. There's the coffee pot. Only 1 cup or whatever fucking Jeremy took out is still on there. This is 2 days later. It's still sitting there, and Jeremy drank it and loved it. And I was joking with the poor old girl behind the counter. And I said to her, I said, like, has this coffee been made, remade, or fresh? She goes, we haven't touched that in over 2.5, 3 days. I'm like, holy shit. And Jeremy's standing there with a great big fucking smile on her face, loving it. On his face. Absolutely loving it. Oi, Tyke, bring me some cheap tobacco, buddy. There you go. Wind blows southeast here. Okay, well, there you go. So if it blows out of the southeast, Bull's screw is still working. ScrewTube keeps deleting all my subs. Mr. Bees, you are on somebody's radar because the problems that you are having with YouTube is off the hook. Every day I'm hearing, or every couple of days I'm hearing from you about something that's going. It's like, dude, you're on somebody's radar. You have pissed off somebody seriously. Like and subscribe. I like this guy, has good conversations. Liam, I appreciate that, man. Come on by, do this 6-7 days a week. Come on back tomorrow morning. We're going to do it again. I usually give you anywhere from 3.5 to 4.5 hours. And like we're doing right here, we're just going to shoot the shit. You remind me of Les Stroud. Les Stroud, wasn't he that adventure guy? Mastermind? He was that Canadian adventure guy. He'd go out into the bush and drop himself off out in the bush and survive for a week or something just on duct tape and chicken wire. Mama says that alligators are ornery because they got all the teeth and no toothbrush. Oh! I'm from Newcastle upon Tyne. I don't have a goddamn clue where that is, but I'm going to, UK. Oh, I figured it was out in the UK. I guarantee you, Cragrat probably knows where it is. Tyke knows where it is. Ontario population, Canadian nationals, 1.5 million. Immigrants from Punjabi spelling, okay, yeah, 6.6 trillion. Well, I don't think it's quite 6.6 trillion, but, you know, I would say that the Canadian nationals are now the minority in Ontario. There are more immigrants in Ontario than there is, born nationals in Ontario. Jay, much love for Virginia. Virginia, man, probably my second or third favorite state to be in. Love Virginia. I've trucked fucking thousands and thousands of miles through Virginia. Absolutely love it, man. I'm not big on the fuel that you burn going up and down all your goddamn hills. And the fact that both of your scales on 81 are open at all times, 24/7. But man, is it a beautiful state. Beautiful state. Is it true Justin Trudeau was your best prime minister ever? Are you out of your mind? Give your head a shake. Give your head a shake. I've said some things on YouTube that got me in trouble about Justin Trudeau and what I'd like to do to him. So we're not going to say that. Taylor, how you doing? Hey, hi, how are you doing? I'm doing all right, man. I crave black coffee, so I'm not me. My coffee's got to have something in it. Keanu Reeves, what's up there? What's all good with you, man? Good to see you. Twat waffle is my new favorite insult. There you go. You're welcome. Oh, fuck. See, good coffee. Brian, me and Susie came up with an idea. Iron brew coffee that could be a game changer. I don't know, dude. Why would you fuck with something so good? Right? Why would you fuck with something that's so goddamn good? Iron brew coffee. Oh, Liam, you don't like it? Oh, love it, man. If all I could drink, if I was on, we had that question, if you were on a deserted island and you could have one album, one drink, and one food for the rest of your life, that's all you're gonna get. I would my drink would be iron brew. The food I would take for the rest of my life would just be steak. Give me a 16-ounce New York steak every single day. And my album would be Skinner's Innards, Leonard Skinner. That would be my three. But iron brew would be my drink. Has anyone ever... Dude, over here in Canada, a bottle of iron brew, like a regular bottle of iron brew, not a big one, is $3.45 in Canada. That's a ripoff. It's a ripoff. I'm trying to work a deal with Cragrat and Ginger there to get some imported. I can probably import a fucking 20-foot container full of this shit and get it for fucking 12 cents a bottle. It's got to be done. I'm not a racist. I hate everyone equally. There you go. Isn't that hate mongering? I've come up with a few ideas for our wedding. An iron brew fountain, kind of like a chocolate fountain, but with iron brew. And dude, Ginger, if you do that, I'm just going to take my chair, park it beside the fountain, and get a big long fucking straw. I won't be eating. I won't be doing anything else. I'm just going to sit there and drink iron brew. Yeah, man, I guess I'm doing something right. Well, exactly, Mr. B's. Remember this, Mr. B's, as long as they're coming at you, they're leaving somebody else alone, right? Trudeau can go smash rocks. Exactly. Stephanie, Ginger Grace, what color will your bridesmaids wear? Hopefully nothing. I personally like the color of thong. And a sports bra and thong. That's just my personal preference. I really enjoy thong. That's a really good color. So, you know, sports bra and thong, we are good with that. Go on. You want to say hi? Want to say hi? Here you go. Here's my boy. Here's my boy. Okay. He's 13. He's going on 14. He's a little older. He's moving a little slow, as you can see. But he went for 8 years. He was with me in the truck for 8 years. This dog here has been in every U.S. state except for Alaska and Hawaii, and he's been in all 10 provinces, and he's probably got 1 million miles on him. In 8 years, the average driver can do 1 million miles, right? So my little guy here, this guy's got 1 million. He's a 1 million miler. Are you ex-Marine? Rainy girl? No, I'm not. No military service here, unfortunately. And I say that, unfortunately. No, I have no military service. It's one of the few regrets. Oops, sorry, man. It's one of the few regrets I have in my life. I did not serve my country. You all good, man? All right. That will be such a fun wedding. Well, Stephanie, you and Chicken Hawk can fly over in his plane. Your thoughts are electric. You're feeling magnetic. Well, I don't know what to think about that, but thank you, I think. You left out what woman would want to have unlimited relations. What woman? Oh, so I have to put a woman on the island with me? So I've got an album, which would be Leonard Skinner's Skinner Dinners. Actually, let's change that. Let's just do the best of. Let's just do a Skinner best of album. Steak, iron brew, and I'll take the girl I got now. I feel bad for her. I really do. But you asked, so. Sports bras. Well, you know, it's a wedding, Mr. B. So if you're going to build a bridesmaid, you know, it's a wedding. You got to let them cover them up. You know, as soon as the wedding's over and the party starts, the sports bra's coming off. And the thong don't cover anything anyway, so come on, dude, think. You know, you got to think. Chicken Hawk, there you go. Sneaky little bastard. I seen you in the background over there. USMC vet here. Don't regret it, bud. You know what, sir? Thank you for your service. I know even though I'm Canadian, makes no difference to me. U.S. veteran, Canadian veteran. You guys have done something that's absolutely uncanny, unnatural, and unrealistic for what if you've gone and served your country. Thank you very much. I never did it. I truly wished that at some point in my life, obviously not now, but I came to a crossroads in my life, you know, when I was very, very young, and I had a choice between, you know, taking the straight and narrow path and doing right, which probably would have involved some sort of military service or I could go to the right and take the path of the non so righteous, and I went the wrong way, brother. I went the wrong way. Believe me, I paid a price for it. Has anybody seen the lovely Stephanie Yes, for Christ's sake. I'm probably that far behind. You guys have already probably figured it out. Do you like cats? Yeah, I don't mind cats. I've got one at the house, and I've got a few more at another house, and I don't mind cats at all. I'm a more of a dog guy, but yeah, I like cats. Country Crown, can you answer? Can I answer what? Sorry, man. Did I miss hello, how you doing? Okay, I'm sorry, man. You know what? The comments here, there's 111 of yous in here. And dude, the comments on my screen just like that. So if I miss you, I'm not ignoring you. It's just that the comments are going by so bad. So I am new. Okay, Country Crown, I appreciate you being here. If I didn't get to you, I'm sorry, man. I will do my best. I'm not being stuck on no island with no woman. I'm making a raft and taking my chances. Well, you know what? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. I might stick around. Buddy's a maple sucker. Oh, Nick. Can I see your dog? Well, I just showed the dog. He's I don't know what he's doing. What's the matter with you? You got to pee? He's doing the little whine at me, right? He's doing the little whine thing at me. I think he needs out for a squirt. I understand love. There you go. I need to ask a question. Should I have Iron Brew wedding cake with joining of Iron Brew cupcakes and an IV for Brian full of Iron Brew? Yes. Why did you have to fucking ask that? Yes. Just fucking do it. Babe, if I'm fucking flying all the way over there for the wedding, like, come on. Yes. Here comes Chicken Hawk with the excuses. Stephanie, Monday is one of my busy work days. Dude, you know, if you know she's going to be here, you need to take the time out. Concord countertops and more saving the world one slab at a time. 25 years, man, owning my own company. Blah, blah, good for you, man. Good for you. 25 years in business is a milestone for just about any business these days. And if you're still going strong, more power to you. What's the best way to get clean and get a CDL? Discipline. Dude, discipline. Queen of Pub. Holy crap, nice name. You're from India. All right. Thank you for being here from India. Thanks for popping in. It was Tom's idea. Well, tell him to take it easy. Tom's only allowed to have one a day and now he's used it up. What the fuck is Iron Brew? Dude, look it up. It's a drink from Scotland. You won't like it. There's no alcohol in it. Although you could probably add alcohol to it, but I wouldn't. It's an import. Chicken Hawk, it's an import. It's an orange. It's like, I guess for you and being an American, the closest comparison would be like orange Fanta. But it's got a very distinct flavor to it. Isaiah's coming in all the way from Hawaii. Never been there. Like I said, I've been to all 48 states with the exception of Hawaii and Alaska. I go back to work on the 28th. Oh, sorry for your luck. Where are you from, man? I'm in Alberta, Canada. Chicken Hawk, it's old coffee. There you go. Well, guys, I got to go. Everyone have a great day. Be safe. Time to go tile this bathroom. Well, it took you a day and a half to get the fucking tiles into the bathroom. Now go get on it. Well, it took you a day and a half to get them in there. Now you need you've needed a day to recover. Now you're ready to slap them up. Do I drink Bud Light? No, Adam, I don't drink alcohol at all. I drink zero alcohol. I'm a recovered drug addict. You see, I'm telling you right now, I'm a recovered drug addict and alcoholic. So we don't drink alcohol and we don't do drugs. Have a good day, Mr. Bees. There you go. You like Strathmore? You know what? It's not a bad little town. It's not a bad little town. It's got everything that you need. You know, the only thing it doesn't have is a Costco. You got to go into Calgary to go to Costco. But just about anything you need, it's here. So it's a good little town to be in. Yeah, I like it for the fact that it's like 3 by 5 square miles. It's not a big town, right? But it's got all of the things you need to live in it. So it is a good town. Um, Roads could use a little work, but other than that, I don't mind living here. It's actually quite cool place. I want a cup of Bailey's and at Chicken Hawk. Yeah, coffee and Bailey's. As a humble American citizen, I opened the door for an elderly Japanese man. As he entered, he smiled and said to me, "Thank you." So I punched him. I shouldn't have brought up Pearl Harbor like that. Okay, Putty Cat, there's your one free one for the day, babe. Greetings, Buck Brown. Look who's here. Holy crap, man. There's a guy there he actually did in front of 300 people down in Daytona. He actually got up on stage and did Kid Rock Cowboy. Not a great version of it, but not a bad version of it. I was proud of him. It was a good watch. I need a Bud Light? I don't think so. What drug did you prefer? I was a coke fiend, dude. I was an absolute fucking coke fiend. Stephanie, I've been loving espresso martinis lately. Oh, there you go. I thought you were a trucker, man, from Canada. I live in Canada. Every road in Canada needs work. Blah, blah. You're not far off. There are some better places in Canada to drive. But, you know, when you compare them to some of the places in the U.S., Adam's going to do a couple of shots for us. Knock yourself out, dude. I will sit and drink Dr. Pepper and watch you drink all day long. Knock yourself out. What? I did LOL. I did 8 months sober from Coke. Good for you, man. Congratulations. That is a hell of a milestone. Hell of a milestone. I prefer crack. Spoken Hunter Biden. There you go. Making my way back to the Empire of Dirt now, currently eating lunch. There you go. Well, yeah, you're 2 hours ahead of me. It's 10:30 here, so it's 12:30 there. You go. Go get your lunch. I go across Canada doing splash pads, skate parks. There you you build them or you play on them, blah, blah. There's a difference. If you're building them, good for you. If you're playing on them, just be careful. Oh, that is fucking good. Tobias, I like your vibe. Thanks, man. Do me a favor, Tobias. Like it enough to hit the like button for me, would you? Thank you, Tobias. Went from 136 to 137. Now we're 138. Appreciate that, guys. Appreciate that, guys. How did you lose your teeth? They ran for their lives. No, actually, it's a generic thing. My father suffers with it. My grandfather suffers with it. Basically, it's not having anything to do with, dental care or how you take care of your teeth. It's a medical condition. Basically, my teeth, instead of having cavities and your teeth rotting down, my teeth actually started rotting inside the gums, so they rotted up. And at some point in my life, there's only one thing to do, and you have to remove them all and get dentures or get replacements. So my dad was the exact same thing. It hit him earlier in life. I think it hit him in his 40s. And my grandfather, the same thing. The only one that seems that it's skipped is my brother. My brother doesn't suffer from it, but I got it. But we will have new teeth. New teeth shortly, baby. They're all measured up. The molds have been made. Everything's done. I've gone in for the trial, so I've had them put in and everything like that. Now they're just making the final product. So I should have them probably sometime about the 28th. Hobby turns addiction 420. The only way to give up an addiction is to not count how long it's been since you last used. You know what? Yes and no. Like in the early beginnings of your sobriety, or if you're kicking in a crack addiction, a coke addiction, I can only speak for myself. Like I was living at one point, I was living minute to minute, like hour to hour. If I could make it one more hour, okay, I made it one more hour. If I could make it another hour, and then the hours would turn into, okay, I stayed clean today. Okay, let's try tomorrow, and then go to bed. And if I stayed clean today, the hours turned into, the minutes turned into hours, the hours turned into days, and then the days, weeks, months, and then years. And then you get to a certain point where you look back at the years, and it is important. It is important. The fact that the guy's got 8 months, that's a huge success as an addict. It really is. For me, at 8 months, being clean and sober for 8 months, I was batshit fucking crazy. Still, even though there was no drugs or alcohol in my system, I was fucking nuts, man. And it's important. When he gets to the 1 year mark, recognize that 1 year. That's 365 days. That's a lot of days. I was told as well, don't count the years, count the days. And that's a good way to look at it as well. But it is always good to look back. Just because you get, I say, a year or 5 years or 20 years or 30 years, don't ever pat yourself on the back. No. Hobby turns addiction, that is a big fucking no-no. The minute you start patting yourself on the back going, oh, look what I did, you're gonna have a crack pipe in your mouth shortly thereafter. Okay? But recognizing the journey that you've taken to get where you are, there's nothing wrong with that. You're hunting the like button. Well, you go get it, baby. Send you $500. I tell you what, I'll send you 500. You send me 1,000. Have I considered wooden teeth? No, then I'd have to get a peg leg and a fucking patch in my eye and wear a pirate hat, and it just doesn't work for my lifestyle today. I'd make a terrible pirate. I would. First of all, I don't like boats. And second of all, I don't believe in raping and pillaging. Maybe the plundering, but the raping and pillaging, I'm not a big fan of. So I'm 46 years old. Never had a caviar in my life. I only drink water, juice, and eat healthy and pour concrete. Good on you, man. Who wins? You versus rhymes with grug. You versus the drug? The drug wins every time when it comes to me. My teeth are going to have to go sooner or later. You know what? You look at 90% of the senior population, and I'm not in the senior population yet, but if you look at the 90%, they've all got fucking... Let me tell you something, though. Having no teeth, it's been over a year now with no teeth, and I'll be honest with you, there's nothing... The only thing I can't eat... There's two, really. The only two things I can't eat. I can't eat corn on the cob, obviously, right? I can't eat corn on the cob. And I can't eat, like I can't bite into an apple or like a pear or something like that, right? But other than that, man, I can eat anything. I can go to a steakhouse and order a fucking great big 16-ounce steak, and I can eat it. I can eat anything that you guys can eat. I can eat. Well, I can't eat peanuts. That's a little hard with peanuts or like cashews or something like that. But I can eat anything else. The 1 month is the hard. Yeah, the first 30 days. Robin, you are correct. The first 30 days is probably the hardest. And after which you will slowly start, getting your wits about you, getting your shit together, kind of. Depending on how fucked up you were. I was a mess. Right? I was a total fucking dumpster fire at the end of my crash, when I finally crashed. So it took me a while to finally, before the fog cleared and I was able to get my wits about me and become get back to being a productive member of society. That's all I can say. Would you believe I stayed sober all 4 days? I'd believe that. Cocaine is a wonderful drug. Rick James. Yeah. Who else? I think Eric Clapton said that at one time as well. How you doing, Timothy? Good to see you, man. Or a toothbrush. Well, yeah, I can't use a toothbrush. There you go. Do you get seasick on boats? I do. I do. Now, mind you, I've never been on a big cruise liner, like a big ocean, like one of those. I've never been on that. But on the smaller boats, I'm just not comfortable. But you do root for I'd have to root for the Pittsburgh Pirates. There you go. Yep, I became a pirate. Educational is a little low over there in the U.S. Blah, blah. I'm not in the U.S. I'm in Canada, but our education system's not much better. Our medical system's a whole lot better, but our education system isn't. Gracie's lit. Love that. I call it quit smoking rhymes with grug. Okay. Wow, handsome. You bless. I agree. I agree. Not a bad looking dude, eh? 55 years old. I'm nicely chromed. That's not gray hair. That's chrome, right? I'm well chromed. Is food pre-chewed? Rust. No. No. Hookers and cocaine. Bend over. Hookers and cocaine, baby. Hola, ¿cómo está? We're doing all right today, man. How the hell are you? How do you chew ice chips? I put them in my drink and let them melt, dude. Cookers and cocaine. There you go, Playboy. I like the way you say it. You don't have to rephrase it for YouTube editing. They're not going to do fuck all for hookers and cocaine. You can say the word drug. You can say cocaine. The only one they don't like is when you're using the word gun, right? Gun. I don't call them guns anyway. I refer to them as weapons. But that's the only one that I think YouTube really gets on about. Before I get motion sickness, sitting on the deck and seeing the water move, it would just throw me off. The same thing, I can't get on the butt. I can't get on a boat, right? It doesn't matter. Don't get me wrong, I can sit out in a nice little fishing boat if we're sitting on a nice calm lake and you're fishing. I got no problem with that. But if you want to tootle around the lake and go bombing around and do this and that, no thanks. No thanks. But I will get on a jet ski. Stephanie, I got no problem getting on jet skis. That doesn't bother me. You bounce, you ball, you fuck all over the place on a jet ski. I got no problem with any of that. Open your eyes. You have 1/10 of America's population. Your medical system is not better. Okay, I tell you what, sir. Knock up your wife, go to the hospital, and have a baby. And go pay your bill. Go have a heart attack wherever you live in the U.S. Go have a major fucking heart attack and require open heart surgery. Get the surgery, go home and recover, and then they mail you the bill. Okay, they mail you the bill. And pay that bill. I can do any of that and it doesn't cost me a goddamn thing. Doesn't cost me a thing. I got 6 kids. I never saw a bill for any of them. Scott's pooping. I thought it was a little stinky in here. 1/10 of the population? Yeah, we've got 47 million. You got 345. Okay, big deal. Big deal. That has nothing to do with our medical, right? Our taxes pay our medical for us. There's a cat behind me? I don't think so. Cocaine makes you feel like a new man. Problem is, the new man wants to do some more cocaine. Agreed. Been there, done that. I probably burnt through 5 new men in my lifetime as a person. Have you had any wood ticks yet? I've had 5 already. I don't think it's a big thing out here. Robin, I don't think it's a big thing. Ontario was brutal. Ticks were fucking brutal in Ontario. We had to really keep a fucking close eye on the dogs out back. We were constantly pulling ticks out of the dogs. And even us, ticks, the odd one you'd pull out. Out here, nothing yet. Nothing yet here. I'm glad Susie was out of the room when you said that. You bless. 5,000. I'm a Korean boy. Excuse me. I'm going to assume that's 5,000 Korean whatever. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That'll make a nice donation. Whatever that gets converted to into Canadian, it'll make a nice donation over to the Forgotten Angels. Appreciate that. Kaiser says hi. Angry says hi. Okay, Blue Baron. Don't pay the Billy bill. Don't pay the bill, Billy. No, we don't pay the bill up here. Here, I'll give you an example. Okay, when I've had a 9 eye, well, eight eye surgeries technically, but 9. I had eye surgeries, and the first surgery I had a retinal detachment, complete detachment, while I was driving my truck in Ohio. Right, I had to pull the truck off the road, call 911. They took me to the medical center up in Columbus. And I had to have emergency eye surgery done. Okay. It was a 4-hour procedure. And of course, I carry out of country insurance, but they still gave me a bill. They mailed it to me. About 2 weeks later, I got the bill. Right. $42,000 for a 4-hour eye surgery in Ohio. Now, again, I carry the insurance for that, so I just took the whole bill, put it in a nice little package, and submitted it to my insurance company, and boom, it got taken care of. I never saw that bill. But if I lived in Ohio and I didn't have any kind of coverage or any kind of shit, that's a $42,000 bill I'd have had to pay. That's $42,000 American, which is probably closer to about $55,000 a Canadian. So I got a $55,000 bill for a 4-hour surgery in Ohio. If that happened here, and then the succession of surgeries, because then a week later, when I was back in Canada, actually it wasn't a week, it was 10 days later, back in Canada, the other eye went. Why? Again, while I was a passenger in the vehicle, but we were in town, and all of a sudden I was just watching it happen. The retina just detached, and I went right to the hospital. And all told, I had 9 surgeries. I never saw a bill. I guarantee you, I've got over $500,000 worth of fucking surgery done on both eyes, and I've not seen a bill for it. I don't know how you can compete with that, man. On top of all of that, here, let's just fucking scroll here. You guys are fucking killing it here. On top of all of that, if you guys go to any of the top hospitals in the United States, Johns Hopkins, what are all the best hospitals, the big time hospitals, you will find that some of the best doctors working in those hospitals are Canadians, right? They all came out of University of Toronto. They came out of McMaster. They came out of, not Fanshawe. They came out of, what's the other big one? A lot of the what happens in Canada is the doctors up here are pegged for what they can make. They can only make so much, and they're not paid nowhere near what they're worth. So what happens is they go to McMaster University, they do their internship, they become full doctors, and then what happens is Johns Hopkins or any of the big medical facilities, UCLA, any of those places, what they'll do is they'll recruit them. And they'll bring them down to the U.S. and now they're making $3.5 million a month doing brain surgery, open heart surgery, any of that kind of shit. They don't stay here. And to be honest with you, I don't blame them, right? If you're a doctor that you were trained and did all your medical training and everything in Canada, and you're now working in the U.S. for millions of dollars, I can't really blame you. They still have to do a residency in the U.S.? Okay, maybe they do. But the fact is, Jimmy, that the big hospitals are swiping the doctors up here because the training is good, right? Our medical facilities up in Canada are very, very good. The training for the doctors is very good. All you doctors are Indians. No, not so much. And pass boards. Well, you would have to pass a board anyway. If an American doctor came to Canada, you'd still have to pass the board, right? We stand with Canada. Pistachio, I do too. I'm not proud of the government or the face of my country, but I am still very proud of my country. I'm a Canadian. I'm born and raised here, right? I'm a generational. My mom and dad are born here. My fucking grandparents are born here. So am I proud of being a Canadian? Absolutely. Am I proud of my heritage? Absolutely. Am I proud of the Canadian face that our government and our representation to the world is? Hell, fuck no. Absolutely not. Right? As far as I'm concerned, you know, every one of them that's leading that's in the Liberal Party, they could all drown. That's all I'm going to say. If they drowned, I wouldn't help them. Yo, speak French, dude. Jason, that's not going to happen, man. We are a bilingual country, but I don't speak French. I don't speak a lick. I understand enough of it that when I go into Quebec, I can communicate for what I need to do, usually when I'm working. That's the only reason I go into Quebec. I don't go in there for pleasure or leisure. I only go into Quebec as if I'm driving and I'm working. But I know enough that I can ask what I need to do and communicate and understand. Other than that, man, no, I can't. Wheelburner Express, thank you for suggesting Canada Dry Ginger Ale. Been drinking some and my stomach feels a lot better now. There you go. Ella, you're welcome, honey. You what? You Luke the Commonwealth? Or you like the Commonwealth? No. No. So some ding-dong walks into the airport and starts shooting TSA people saying they ruined her life because she's got banned from all flying because of something she did on a flight. Well, I got no problem with that. Not the fact that she went in and shot them up, but the fact that, you know, people are doing some pretty stupid shit. You can go into the YouTube shorts and see 100 a day of people doing stupid shit on an airplane. For some reason, the sense of entitlement of what people think they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do anymore is off the hook, Mr. B. I'm with you, my fellow brother. I'm a conservative for life, and I came from a farm background, man. Vote conservative all the time. But I love Canada. Canada is the best country in the world. I agree. Blah, blah, I agree. And just like if you're an American, you obviously think America is the greatest country in the world. And you should. It's your country. You know, be proud of your country. If you're Indian, be proud of it. If you're Pakistani, be proud of it. I don't care where you're from. If that's your country, be proud of your country. You don't necessarily got to be proud of the government that's running your country, like in my case, but am I proud to be Canadian? Yeah. If you're an American, be proud of it. If you're an American, it's no problem. You guys tell everybody how proud you are. You make sure everybody knows. English or Spanish? Baron, I speak and read and understand English. I would love to speak Spanish. In my opinion, I think Spanish is the sexiest language in the world. I mean, you get a real nice, cute little señorita and she's sitting there talking to you in Spanish. I don't give a fuck what she's saying. She could be looking at me going, you are the biggest, dumbest, whitest fucking dumb fucking I've ever seen in my life. But as long as she's saying it in Spanish, I'm going to be sitting there going, uh-huh. Love Spanish. Absolute, the sexiest language in the world. Yeah, in the Midwest, JW, in the Midwest, the Indonesians fill the medical field. Well, that's everywhere. It's here too. It's here too in Canada, coast to coast. It makes no difference. Respect to Canadians, but they're like gypsies who migrated to America and stole land from natives, like the English. But all respect. Oh, I'll take that. All right. We're a bunch of thieves. Yeah, most people speak French, dude, in Canada. Jason, most people do not speak French in Canada. Most people are not bilingual. Funny, though, most, not saying all, but a good majority of the French in Quebec can speak French and English. The rest of Canada, there are scattered groups of people that are bilingual. My girl can speak both, back and forth, French and English. No. Rafiko, tu parles français? Oh, no. No. Je ne parle pas français. I don't speak French. That's messed up. Yeah, you got it. Do people in Quebec speak English? They will speak, they speak die-hard French, and depending on where you go, Rust, if you go up into northern Quebec, they won't speak English to you. They know it. A good portion of them know it, but they will not speak it to you. And that's just because of their own sovereignty and their own whatever. But you go into Montreal, or you go into Quebec City, or you go into Boucherville or Saint Laurent or any of those places, most of them will speak English to you, and they're good about it. Most of them do. They just don't. Exactly. Like 20% of Canada speaks French. Everyone thinks we all speak it. Exactly. Well, you know what? Here, you got to think about it this way too, Jason. You go down to the U.S. and they think we all live in fucking igloos and have penguins as pets, right? Do you know how many times I've been asked, like, oh, you're from Canada? Yeah. Oh, what is it? You know, they think in June, a lot of people think in June we have snow. It's just as hot in June here as it is in the U.S., anywhere in the U.S., but they just don't know. I like Canada, but I respect the Canadians. Well, you know, you got to think about it, right? Canada's got maple syrup. We got poutine. We've got lumber. We've got strippers. We've got, what else we got? We got snow. We got the most amount of freshwater lakes in the world. Canada has the most amount of freshwater lakes in the entire world. There are lakes in Canada that no person has ever stepped in or touched, ever. You'd be the first if you went into one. We have the world's largest freshwater beach. That's Wasaga Beach. It's a pretty good country. Why are citizens from the world just not learning other languages? It's extremely beneficial to the brain. I speak 4 and English is my second language. I think it's closed-minded. Alberto, I don't disagree with you. I do disagree. I do agree with you. I would love to take the time and learn to speak Spanish, and I'm going to. I'd like to be able to speak 3. I'd like to speak, I fuck around with English. I'm not saying I speak English, but I fuck around with it. I'd like to learn French and Spanish as well. And I will eventually. But I do agree with you. The more languages you can speak, the better off you are. You know, the better off you are. $4,000 for me. $40,000 for me. I'll take it. Throw it. This guy's IQ is 70 max. Nice. Brian, have a good Monday. I'm going to make lunch. And Chicken Hawk, have a good day. Oh, Chicken, I'm going to break his heart. See you later, Stephanie. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for being here. Do I think American culture is Canadian culture? Yes. They are both very closely intermingled. I said this the other day, Russ. If you take the average American household, I'm not saying one in particular, but the average American household, and you watch that household and you take the average Canadian household, there's really not a whole lot of cultural differences. Really. There's some political differences, obviously, blah, blah, blah. That's a different story. But culturally, we are very, very closely related. Very closely related. In America, we have guns. Well, JW, I believe that. I know that. In America, you guys have guns. In Canada, the government came along and put all these regulations and took our guns, per se. But just because we're not supposed to have them doesn't mean we don't have them. And just because we're not supposed to have them doesn't mean we don't have them. We just don't talk about having them. You get that, JW? Robin knows exactly what I'm talking about when I say that, okay? Robin knows exactly what I'm talking about. Just because we don't got them doesn't mean we don't got them, you know? So, there you go. England 2, Australia, South Africa, and the rest of the Five Eyes that are mostly liberal rigged. I'd agree with that. How many school shootings in Canada do we have a year compared to the U.S.? You know what? It's funny, blah, blah. We were talking about that earlier, right? It's not so much that we don't have as many. Look at the population difference. We do have gun-related crime here, but there's just not as much of it because we don't have as many people. It is here. We got it, right? Now, you get into the big cities. You get into Toronto. You get into Vancouver. You get into Victoria. You get into Montreal. It's there. Now, school-related shootings, not so much, okay? But, you know, let's just say the gun violence, and I'm going to pull numbers out of my ass. Don't quote me on this. But let's just say the gun violence in the U.S. is 25%, right? Now, the gun violence in Canada is probably about 25%. But there's 345 million people. So that 25% is probably, you know, 35 or say 45,000 or 50,000 events. The same events in Canada would be like 5,000. So it's not as relevant. It's not as much on the forefront because it's not as big. The population isn't as big. Yukon Bub Adventures. There you go. Fucking love that name, man. My fellow Canadian next door to my right. How you doing, man? We're doing okay. I'm just getting ready to wind this down. It's 11 o'clock here. It's 10:56, so we're just getting ready to wind it down. I think I've been going since about 6:30ish, 6:45. So don't shoot me, sir. I will not be shooting anybody. Buck, take it easy, brother. Damn good to see you. All my love, bro. Trying to mod while making Susie's dinner. Well, tell Susie to make her own damn dinner. Okay, here we go. I'm 100% wrong. Okay, let's listen to this. You're 100% wrong, man. I like you, man, because you're from Canada, but you're 100% wrong. We don't have school shootings like they do in the States. Come on, I'm a conservative. You know what? Hold on, I did. You didn't hear, maybe you weren't listening. I said, do we have school shootings? I did say no, we don't have so much. We don't have anything like that. But we do have the gun violence. We don't have, I can't be honest with you, blah, blah. I can't remember the last time Canada had a school shooting, but I can remember the last time the Americans had one. We have maple syrup. It's not very good, but we do have it. It's called log cabin. And it takes a lot of gallons to make a pint of syrup. Oh, dude, we got shit. You can walk in. There's certain areas of northern Ontario, northern Quebec, and you can tap it right out of the tree. You can tap it right out of the fucking tree, and it is so good. Are you in Canada, New Arts, Canada? Yes, I am. And obviously you are too, but judging by the name. Thank you for being a Canadian. Thank you for being in here. Appreciate that. Car wash guy, we will not acknowledge. You did not come back properly. So it's just, we're going to ignore you for a minute. Brian, I am a loving future husband. That is some really good ass kissing there, Tom. I'm going to say, obviously she's sitting right there. And you are kissing her ass, and you are doing a marvelous fucking job by that comment. Let me just say that. In Palestine is exactly what you guys are doing here. I will take your word for it. I don't have a clue what's going on in Palestine. There you go. There you go. See, now you understand what I'm saying. I like you because you're Canadian and you're always nice, and that's our problem. We're always nice and friendly, and that's why. Well, you know, on the world stage, yeah, you'd say that, Canada has a really good reputation for being a very friendly people. We are a friendly people. We are a friendly country. Da 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 da. That doesn't mean that there's not some people in Canada that will not take care of business if they don't have if they have to. Canadians, let's just say this: they're nice and they're tolerant. But once you take a Canadian person and you put their back to the wall, and they got nowhere to go but come forward at you, then you might think differently. But it's just that we're very tolerant, and we've got a long wick before the dynamite goes off. She can't hear you, eh? Yeah, okay, whatever. Good weed? Nope. Oh, Zach, try harder. Good one. Well, that's enough screw tube today. Peace out, all. Mr. Bees, thank you. Good to see you. Hello from up north, neighbor. How you doing, man? There you. All right, Ryan. I'll let that go, man. I'll let that go. I'm sure that had to be a fucking typo, but oil up. AE, you oil up first. Where's the fucking beautiful scenery? Lamb of God, we got overcast crap again today here. You want to see what we're looking at? That's what we're looking at. We got a nice, beautiful gray sky. Right? So you got no choice, fuckers, but to look at me. All right, you got back in. The grass is not always greener on the other side, but it is still worth looking. Oh, Quinn. You know what? That's like, it's the same as waving the carrot in front of the donkey, man. You're going to look, but Jesus Christ. I've done that. Quinn, I've done that. The grass is greener. I've jumped that fence looking for greener grass. And occasionally I found it, but other times it backfired and bit me in the ass, brother. It really did. So, You ever been in the military or seen the Canadian military? Jay, I have not been in the military. I've never served. I wish I had. But do I know about the Canadian military? I do. I do. Our certain aspects of our military are absolutely ferocious. Absolutely fucking ferocious. Those J2F guys, those guys are off the hook fucking, pound for pound the best some of the best fucking warriors in the world. They'll go dollar for dollar with the SEALs or Delta or fucking the Mossad or any of those fucking, like, the Canadian J2F guys are absolutely fucking ferocious. I don't know him personally, but I have sat around a campfire with one of those guys and just talking and shit like that. Absolutely fucking top-notch guys. That part. Checker 6, America, Canada thumbs down. Oh, come on, Mark. Come on, Mark. There's a lot of shit that comes out of Canada that you enjoy. I guarantee you. Hi, I'm Karina. Say my name, please. There's your free one. Yes, they are. The last time I went to Canada was when I was 14 and I went to Toronto with my friend Yvonne and her parents. It was nice, but me and Yvonne got lost taking a walk. Toronto is huge. It is absolutely fucking huge. And now it's even bigger. I don't know how old you are now or how many years ago that was, but now downtown Toronto proper is not actually that big, but now it amalgamated a lot of other boroughs. So now it's called the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area, and it's amalgamated. It's massive now. How you doing there, Jay? Top tier marksman, the J2. Yeah, they are. They are. I think at one point, I don't know. I think they had the longest kill record over in Afghanistan. It was held by a Canadian. I don't know if it's still in place. I really don't. But I know that our snipers are some of the best in the world. And even the rest of the infantry, the JTF infantry and the special force, they're crazy. They're absolutely crazed maniacs. And that's who I want standing on the front line. Take Justin Bieber. Yeah, you can have Bieber. We're gonna keep Shania Twain, Celine Dion, but we'll give you fucking Justin Bieber. You can have that. GTA is a game. Yeah, well, I know it's a game. Grand Theft Auto, but GTA for us means Greater Toronto Area. Zigzag from North Dakota, baby, you are about 600 miles that way from me right now. You're about 600 miles. I can be in North Dakota. I can be in North Dakota in about 10 hours if I start driving right now. I'm 46 years old. I'll be 47 in December. I'm 55 and I'll be 56 in December. A Ukrainian holds the longest snipe shot now. Does it? Does he? Okay. I know that one of the Canadians, there was 2 Canadian shooters. One of them was Rob, what was his name? Rob Furlong. He held it and then it got broke. I think a Brit broke the record and then a Canadian got it again, but it wasn't Rob Furlong. Another Canadian got it. And then I guess a Ukrainian took the title from there, took the longest shot from there. So either way, if you're killing people with a sniper rifle from 2.5 miles away, you're fucking talented. Okay? If the other side of town where I live, the far side of town, I'm at the far edge of the eastern part of my town. The other side of town is 2.25 miles away, okay? So if somebody on the other side of town can shoot a fucking gun and hit me from 2.5 miles away, you're a talented shooter. Somebody asked if I was a racist. Yeah, this sounds like a racist channel to you, eh? Everybody's welcome. Have a great day. Greg, good to see you, man. Thanks for being here. Appreciate your comments every time, man. Later, Greg. Who remembers Rob Ford smoking crack? Man, I miss him. Quinn, he's the only fucking mayor, right? The only mayor of a city that smoked crack but changed every policy for the good. My opinion, Rob Ford was the best mayor of Toronto ever. Okay? Ever. That guy killed it. I don't give a fuck if he was smoking crack and banging hookers on fucking the halls of City Hall, the steps of City Hall. I don't care. That guy was an awesome mayor. Do you think it's called what? Do you think it's called sand because it's between sea and land? Hey, damn, Jabba, it could well be. I don't know. That's pretty good thought though. I've witnessed some getting near 3 Mile. That's we should be world. Oh, Yukon. Anybody that's shooting anybody from 3 miles away, dude, you won't even see that. You won't even hear it coming. You'll be dead. You'll be dead before you hear the crack of the shot. So, and at that distance, the velocity from that round, he doesn't even have to fucking hit you, right? The velocity of the round at that distance, the fucking bullet could go past you right here. The round could go past you right here. It's still going to take your head clean off your shoulders. Absolutely. Two guys just pulled up in a truck. I hope they're fans. Let's see, Air Motor Express. Anybody work for Air Motor Express? You guys, one of your trucks is over here and two guys are getting out of it. Here, check this out. He's taking a piss. Let's broadcast this. There we go. Air Motor Express. Taking a piss on the side of the fucking road. And in a parking lot. Couldn't even use a fucking piss jug. Couldn't even use a fucking piss jug. Son of a bitch. Talk about ignorant, eh? Hold on a second here. Yo! There's a bathroom right there. I fucking live here. You pissing all over our fucking place? You know what I do for a living, asshole? I drive a fucking truck. I've been doing it for 35 fucking years. I'd never come to your fucking house and do it. You know what? Go to the fucking bathroom. You're fucking ignorant. It's assholes like you that make us all look bad. Pardon me. Apologies. Sorry about that. Air Motor Express. Tractor number 949, trailer 61008. We're gonna come back and screenshot this. I'm gonna make a short about this. This is gonna be a short. I'm gonna hashtag Air Motor. Jean Baptiste, you know what? My little rat dog does not piss on the fucking parking lot. He won't piss in your driveway. He goes out on the lawn, he goes out on the grass, and on top of that, he's a dog. You expect a fucking dog to use a piss jug or a bathroom? You train your dog to go to the bathroom and flush. Dog thinks he's talking to him. Well, the dog gets excited when I raise my voice. I've done mile shots. I was pumped. I was testing my capabilities. It's amazing. Yes, only a mile. I would love to fuck around with one of those. I really would. Do I like fish sticks? No, not really. No, I'm not a big seafood eater. I got some frozen salmon in the freezer, and I'll do that. I'll do a baked salmon, or I'll do like a pan-fry salmon like that. Salmon is probably about the only fish that I would eat, but I'm not a fish eater. I can make it for you. If you go fishing and you come out with some perch or some cod or whatever the fuck you got, I can probably prepare it for you really well, and you'll really like it, but I won't eat it. I'm not a big fish eater, man. I don't eat seafood. I don't eat lobster. I don't eat crab or any of that kind of stuff. I'm just not a fan. We'll give you back, Drake. No, you can. He's yours now, Checker 6. He's all yours. You can have him. Deep fried cod. Well, yeah, okay. Like basically fish and chips. Deep fried cod is delicious. Josh, okay, you got me. I'll eat fish and chips all day long. Right? Deep fried fish all day long with that. Yep. Had a buddy that was a mechanic and had a truck with 3 Arab drivers that cut a hole in above transmission so they could shit and piss down. Dude, that's very common. Ryan, that is more common than you think. I've got a really good friend of mine who runs a shop, and the truck came in and he went over the pit, right? And he was down in the pit. He was down there for about 35 seconds, and you could hear him just screaming. My truck was in the next pit over, and you could hear him screaming. And he told the two guys that got out of the truck, "Get this thing out of here. I'm not touching it. I'm not working." The whole drive line was covered in shit, right? And from the hole in the bottom, or in the bunk, absolutely gross. Deep fried pickles. Oh yeah, I can do that. We can do that. We can do deep fried pickles all day long. Love deep fried pickles with ranch dressing or chipotle dressing or dip, something to dip it in, like dip it in ranch dressing or a chipotle sauce. Fuck, that's good. That is really fucking good. We don't want pretty boy Drake, that clown. Well, we don't want him either. We gave him to you. You took him, and now you don't want him? No, sorry, there's no giving him back. No giving him back. Buffalo Ranch. I've not tried that, Josh. It's probably really good. Are you from the United Kingdom of USA? No. I'm from Canada. Go to Scotland, they deep fry everything. Okay. Okay. I'll go to Scotland. If I'm coming over there, I might as well go to Scotland too, right? I look Irish. No Irish. My heritage is Icelandic, Scottish, German, and there was some fourth one that was in there as well, a little mix of whatever. So basically, I'm a drunk Viking. I'm an alcoholic Viking is what I am. Scottish and Icelandic. I'm a drunk Viking. No beans and toast here. I love brown beans, dude. Oh, fuck. They wreak havoc on me, but I love them. Absolutely fucking love them. Jägermeister, not so much. Maple syrup is overrated. I don't know. I had some good Canadian maple syrup this morning on my French toast. Fuck, it's good, man. You could damn near put it in a glass and drink it. It's fucking good. Celtic Viking here too. There you go, Gen X Rising. No, let's be real. Texas deep fries everything. Deep fried butter won an award at our state fair. I've never had deep fried butter. I know that you guys do it. I've had deep fried Mars bar, deep fried ice cream, deep fried Twix bars. Never done the deep fried butter. Although I love butter. If somebody had it and it was there, I'd probably drink it or eat it. Applejack, you hush up. It's delicious. Hey, I'll take your word for it. You ever partake in a bukkake? No, not this week. Maybe last week. But if I did, I don't think I'd be telling you. Anyway, you know what, man? Brain is tired. Mouth is tired. We're at about almost 5 hours here. I got to go take the little rat here for a walk. So we're going to do that. And I got a couple things at home I want to quickly take care of. And I don't know. I might make a short about Buddy here pissing all over our parking lot. We might do that. So keep your eyes open for that. If you've subbed to the channel, I appreciate that, man. Make sure you got your notifications turned on because I'll be back out here between 6:30 and 7 tomorrow morning. And we can do this all again tomorrow. All right? Grey Goose or Smirnoff. I don't drink either. But I never tried Grey Goose. When I quit drinking, it was 32 years ago, and the only thing for vodka the only choice we really had was Smirnoff. Rutter's does deep fried cheese curds. I'd eat that. Fuck, Quinn, I'd fucking do that all day long. All day long. Anyway, you know what, boys and girls, children of all ages, you guys have a great day, man, and we will see you down the road. Be safe, eh?